Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to moderate the third panel on minority participation as a procedural and substantive right and process. Do you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you, Naji. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So the panel focused on effective minority participation, since it is a precondition for access to the enjoyment of rights. Minority participation must be ensured procedurally at all levels of decision makers, as well as in a specific substantive area, including public affairs and cultural, social, and economic life. Accordingly, minority representatives must be involved at local and at local, national, and regional and international perspective. So, so here, in formulation of adoption of implementation and monitoring of norms, policies, and decision affecting them. So sorry for not making introductions because of some problem. So Honorable Fernand de Varennes, Special Rapporteur on Minorities, Honorable Remy Lombongoy, the President of the African Commission on Human Purpose Rights, Madam Honorable Abdelkarim Boujrat, Interministerial of Moroccan and Ministerial Delegation of Human Rights, Madam Ana Maria, Executive Director of Tom Lantos, this representative of UN of the High Commission of Human Rights, distinguished participants, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to moderate this panel. So effectively, in this panel, we are tackling different issues, among them, what procedural mechanism in place at the global, regional, and local level to ensure effective participation of minority in all levels of decision-making process, what accountability mechanism exists in the event of exclusion, discrimination, victimization in relation to minority participation, the scope of minority participation, appropriate, which specific area of minority participation need to be strengthened normally. So another perspective, which is also very crucial, how can global and regional participatory space for minorities such as the UN and regional forums on minority issues be strengthened to ensure a broader and more effective minority participation? And lastly, how do we can build capacity of minorities group to engage in regional and global forum and decision-making space? To discuss these issues and perspective, I have the honor to present our panelists. The first panelist on my list is Professor Abiaji Atwa. Is an associate professor at the School of Law, University of Ghana, where he teaches public international law, international human rights law, and the law of diplomacy. He is very known as expert and researcher in many universities, especially in UK and USA. The second panelist is Ines Miloud. Ines Miloud is an indigenous feminist activist. She is the former lead coordinator of 1,325 networks in Libya and former indigenous senior fellow at UN Voluntary Funds for Indigenous People. She is the co-founder and currently co-executive director of Tamazigh Women's Movement. Muna Silavi. Miss Muna Silavi is an experienced human rights activist. She is currently based in Belgium. She obtained her master's degree in good governance and human rights in MENA region at K. Foscari University in 2017. Miss Silavi holds a master's degree in clinical and social psychology and is currently working on Belgium Red Cross. The last on my list of speakers, Awad Tayyib graduated in 1986 from Teacher Institute in Suleymania and taught till 1992. She is graduate from the Institute of Women's Affairs in Netherlands, where she continued working for various Dutch organizations, including Feminist Organization for Minority Women in Netherlands. Regarding this session, I have to stress on the following elements. Participants are reminded that the session is being live streamed on YouTube and link will be posted on the chat function. The session is also being recorded and will be available on the organizer's website together with the final recommendation following the forum, the regional forum. I encourage participants to promote their participation in the event on social media by using official hashtag of the regional forum, Minority Forum Africa Middle East. Participants are to remain on topic and respect UN United Nations values and principles when referring to countries and territories. Please note that all the intervention and statement under each theme of the regional forum should be relevant to the particular theme. It is preferred that the speaker are not interrupted. So we ask you to make sure that your statement relate to the topic under the discussion. It is encouraged that all participants provide a concrete recommendation on how to tackle the issue under the theme you are making a statement. We count on your cooperation of all participants to that end. Each session would start with the presentation of 10 minutes from each expert. So intervention from participants so as to make statement. Participants must use the raise hand function at the bottom of the Zoom platform. Intervention will be limited to 2 to 3 minutes, subject to participant number. So now I give the floor to our first expert, Mr. Kawadio Apiaji Atwa, to deliver his first presentation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and good morning to all participants and in the program. And I want to follow on the protocol already provided by the moderator to say that all other protocols observed. My presentation is to link participation to recognition and recognition to the principle of equality, and to make the case that in most of the discussions, the focus has been on participation within without focusing on participation outside the states. And so my view is that participation is crucial, especially in the cultural, educational, linguistic, and religious affairs of a minority group, because they are closely connected to the group's identity, dignity, and survival. And therefore, it is deserving of special protection. I link participation to recognition. And in this context, one of the recommendations I'm giving is that we should adopt the recognition of state approach in international law to deal with minority groups as well. So in terms of recognition, I identified 3 types of recognition. Non-recognition, that is to minority groups who are not recognized by states or the states in which they are located. And second is legal recognition, that is for minority groups that are given formal recognition, but when you link it to the principle of equality, you will call it formal equality, which is not enough to promote substantive equality, but rather formal equality reinforces inequality. The third one is the legal/de facto recognition, which in terms of equality principles, we can equate it to substantive equality. And there you can talk about the 3 selves, which I also propose in my presentation. The 3 selves represent self-identification, self-determination, and self-governance, which I think is critical when we are talking about participation. So where there is non-recognition, it means there is, in terms of equality language, there is discrimination. And this is a situation where minority groups cannot participate within the states, but can only participate outside the states. For legal recognition, participation within the state is restricted participation only. That is where the formal structures are in place, the legal structures are in place. But because of the fact that minority groups have been subjected to years of historical injustices, formal equality is not enough to make them reach the same level or as close as possible to mainstream groups. And so there's a need to look at rather legal / de facto recognition, where we can have, or we can talk about full participation, whereby indigenous peoples are given extra rights and freedoms that they need in a contextualized form that will enable them to reach the targets that they want to achieve for themselves in terms of identity, dignity, and survival. So when we talk about substantive rights, it is a right that exists for its own sake and to constitute part of the normal legal order of the society. So in this context, we see participation as a substantive right as well as a procedural right. With procedural rights, it talks about the procedures and the mechanisms in place that can be used to realize substantive rights. So my contention is that we have the formal participatory rights. When you go to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 25 talks about 3 types of participation. Participation in the conduct of public affairs, the right to vote and to be voted for, and then the right to have access to public services. When you go to the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, it also talks about participation in the economy, trade unions, culture and arts, scientific research, and literary activities. However, these are what I call the substantive participation rights. And these are enjoyed by citizens, minority groups that have citizenship and have some recognitions of minority status within their countries. However, considering the fact that 75% of the world's known stateless populations are members of minority groups, participation should not only be considered in terms of those that already have citizenship and have some minority status, as we may have in some countries, even though that is still doesn't go deep enough, but at least there is some recognition of citizenship. But the majority of minority groups are considered as stateless. And so that is, in other words, if we talk about participation within the state only, it doesn't cover this critical mass. So that is why participation outside the state is also critical for them. And for that, we are saying that in these countries, their governments have not signed to any of these or are not parties to any of the major international treaties on minority groups, or they have, but they have not taken steps, whether administratively, legislatively, or otherwise, to grant recognition to minority groups to domesticate and be able to implement these laws within their territories. So in that situation, the situation of minority groups outside the states are very critical, and the participation that they can take place in is with respect to where we coming back to recognition. They are given collective recognition. In other words, they are recognized by international organizations like the UN and AU and so on, as well as non-governmental organizations involved in the struggle for minority rights, as well as other human rights defenders. But the state itself in which they are located do not give them this recognition. But for participation to be effective for such categories of minority groups, they need to have recognition to citizenship, recognition to their status as minorities, wherein the three selves come in: self-determination, self-identification, self-determination, and self-governance. And to be able to make participation effective, it needs to connect to, or it needs to move from substantive participation to procedural participation. And the procedural aspects of participation which I identify include the right to education, which is recognized under Article 13.1 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Right of access to information is critical. Freedoms of thought, conscience, and religion, freedoms of expression, assembly, and movement, access to justice. These are the pillars or the key ingredients of procedural participation, which will make relevant the substantive participation that have been outlined in Article 15.1 of the ICCPR and 13.1 of and other provisions in the ICESCR. And so rounding up, I want to propose my 3 recommendations. 1, considering that 75% of the world's known stateless populations are members of minority groups, discussion on participation should not be limited to participation within the states. That is for those with citizenship and minority status. Participation should extend to participation outside the states. That is for the majority still fighting for citizenship itself and recognition as minorities, embodied in the 3 selves: self-identification, self-determination, and self-governance. 2, the theory of recognition of states should apply to minorities to make participation meaningful and impactful for them. The declarative theory says recognition is based on objective criteria and not dependent on what the states on whose territory minorities live say or not. And so in this context, the recognition can be granted by international organizations, NGOs, and other human rights defenders, who would then participate together, collectively, collaboratively, with minorities outside the state to attain citizenship status and the 3 selves, which would then enable participation within. 3, substantive right to participation alone is defective and ineffective, and is not supported by or grounded in procedural rights, which would include the right to education and other rights which I mentioned. This should give or add context, texture, and relevance to minority rights issues to make them speak to their historical experiences, tackle issues of identity, dignity, and survival of minorities, and create concrete duties on the states to perform. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And let me round up, since I still have 1 minute, that in terms of full participation, we can talk about rather participation within the state which are defective, where some minority groups are inserted in there to perform. They include ceremonial participation, whereby the citizens are only made to express support for government projects. And we have several examples of that in the African context, as well as pseudo participation, where members are induced to agree to decisions already taken. But if you're talking about full participation, it redefines participation as not limited to decision-making and planning only, but it involves mobilization, conscientization, organization, negotiation with the state for self-determination, implementation, evaluation, realization of benefits of projects, distribution of benefits of projects, and protection of benefits of protest. This is what I consider to be a full participation that minority groups are entitled to in order to be able to properly recognized as human beings and as part of the human society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this comprehensive presentation, Professor. So you've been stressing and highlighting very important issues regarding especially the recognition of minority. You've been given an overview on the legal recognition of minority groups. You said they must be recognized internationally. There should be an international recognition of the minority groups. You've also stressed the importance of minority enjoying the rights and what is important to us as activists or as a civil society to sensitize, to make advocacy, especially within those very important forums all over the world. And today we have the forum of Middle East and Africa Regional Forum on Minority. So the role of this forum to sensitize in order that minority group should enjoy their rights in terms of civil, political, and economic rights. Also, you've mentioned the importance of implementation and what is necessary here. Here, it is necessary that states implement laws. We have seen many countries ratifying convention regarding minorities, especially, but in the reality, it doesn't exist, especially within the continent of Africa. So this very important element that minority groups should benefit from the social, economic, and political right. You've been also you have also presented very important recommendation. I think three recommendations, which is very important, and we can consider it as the pillars for this forum, which is the participation of minorities should be outside the state and should be recognized by states. Also, recognition of the minority groups in terms of presenting, sensitizing, making advocacy in terms of their rights internationally. Also, you speak about they should express their experience and talk about their issues freely without any blockage or drawbacks. So thank you so much for this, an overview which is based on international legal framework for the minorities group. Now I give the floor to the second panelist. I don't know if she is connected or not. Ines Milut, are you there? I don't think she is connected. So we move to Mona Silavi. The floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Shukran. Okay, my name is Mona Silawi, and I am from Ahwazi Arab minority in Iran. Professionally, as you mentioned, I am social and clinical psychologist. So as today, I would like to use my own personal and professional experience in my speech. As a person belonging to the minority group, growing up in Iran, I rarely felt sense of belonging to this country. I knew that my family, my community are different. We spoke different language, celebrate different festivities. We even interpreted the same historical event differently. The poets that were celebrated greatly by the nationalist Persians were not appreciated among my community. On contrary, we saw their writings as a fuel that burst the fire of racism and chauvinism in the country. All these facts reduce the sense of belonging among minority members, not only Ahwazi community, but others as well. And it enhance the sense of exclusion among us. But why I am focusing on the sense of belonging? According to the Maslow pyramid theory, which is really a famous theory in psychology, as a human, we need 5 needs to achieve our full potentials. We need to, and the need to belong comes after physiological need, which is water, food, and need for security. These needs are built on top of each other. We cannot reach the sense of security if we are struggling to fulfill our physiological need. And we cannot be active citizen and fulfill our potentials if we do not belong to the country we are living in. And this affects all aspects of our life. According to American Psychiatric Association, racial, ethnic, gender, and sexual minorities often suffer from poor mental health outcomes due to multiple factors, including inaccessibility to the high quality of mental health care service, cultural stigma around them, and also the discrimination. And in the Declaration of the Right of Person Belonging to the Minorities, they say that protection and promotion of minority rights significantly contribute to the political and social stability of the state in which minorities exist, and also encourage cooperation across the states and the people. And most of the world's violence and conflicts target minorities on the basis of their religion, linguistic, and cultural affiliation. Therefore, it is important for all citizens of the country to feel that they belong to that country. Homogeneous society hardly exists ever. But how we can enforce and fulfill this need? The true democracy is achieved when the subject of any law are involved in making it and are included in decision-making process. And in regard to the minority, it is hardly a case. Most of the time, minority communities are affected negatively with the law and regulation that they did not have any choice or chance in making it or even reforming it. They are not involved, and in some cases, they are deliberately excluded. There are attempts to separate democratic citizenship from minority equity. I cannot oppose the idea of citizenship, but we should be careful in its definitions because it can be exclusive and prevent minorities in participating truly and effectively in decision-making in general or over decision-making in their own region. While we witness progress in minority rights in some regions such as Europe, we still hear the objection from scholars and policymakers in MENA region, North Africa and Middle East, claiming that talking of minority rights is opening a Pandora box. However, these policymakers fail to acknowledge how excluding minority from decision makings and other minorities will not only affect the minority communities, but the whole society, the whole country. I will present here an example. In Iran, the environment situation, and more specifically, the water crisis, has been a real challenge for the whole country. Many of water-related problems we witnessed due to the discriminatory water policies of the central government. Water distribution and management in the country is problematic and discriminatory. One region, which is populated by ethnic Arab Ahwazi, is losing their agriculture, marshlands, and denied their water rights. People do not have access to drinkable water. Meanwhile, the water that historically and naturally was coming to this region, systematically being diverted outside of this region to the central part of Iran for industrial and unsustainable development projects such as steel. In no stage, the traditional lifestyle of Ahwazi Arabs was taken in consideration. No local were involved in the decision-making process. Nobody asked their opinion or input about how they will be affected in the natural course of water, how they would be affected if the natural course of water is diverted from the region. The marshland that more than 10,000 of Ahwazi Arab livelihood was dependent on it, people sitting in the capital in Tehran 16 hours away was only a wastewater, and they thought it has no importance, so we can easily dry it out. But this water policy resorted to the water scarcity today. Whole country is suffering from the result of such a discriminatory policies, such as sandstorm that even stopped aviation, reduced the production of the food, forced immigration of the people from their villages to the cities, and constant uprising we witness in Iran. The fact that the local minority population were not involved in any stage of decision-making goes out to show consequences that will follow if they were excluded and pushed into the margins, will be so dangerous on the country. This was only an example. Now imagine all the decisions on the large and small scales that will affect religious, ethnic, or racial minorities, how their exclusion will affect the whole society. Therefore, involving minorities in the process of making laws and implementing it, not only enforcing the stability in the country, but in the region as whole. It reduced the extreme nationalism, strengthened the sense of belonging to the country, and decreased the chance of falling victim of geopolitical interest of regional or international powers. And we have to remember that it is not important how far we came, but how further we can go. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this very important experience from the Ahwazi community in Iran. You've been talking about this category, this minority group. You've made the presentation from psychological perspective. Minorities, you've been stating that minority are affected a lot by exclusion. What you said, exclusion of minority from participation in the different perspective of life, either economically, culturally, and others. You've been also given an example of minority group as Ahwazi who are, you said, excluded. Also, you've mentioned a very important element, which is the impact of exclusion, of minority group from the different perspective of life, which is very dangerous. So that's why we as activists, as said before, we should advocate and make and stress on the importance that no one should be left behind, especially minority group in Africa and in the Middle East. They should be given a space to express their opinion. They should be given their political rights and their rights to enjoy the economic, to enjoy the natural resources, to enjoy the good education, to conserve also their languages, which is very important. I think this is very important as activists or as experts to shed lights on the minority group, especially in Middle East and Africa. This is very, very crucial, and we should do steps to implement also to stress the importance of implementing laws, and especially national laws that guarantee the welfare and the good, the welfare of the minority group, whatever they are. So I will return. I'm asking if Awad Tayyib is here with us. I don't know. I think she is not connected. Tayyib, Awad Tayyib. Is she with us? Is she? No, no. Ines Miloud, please. I think she is not connected. We are waiting for their connection. So, by the way, I will return to our professor Kawadio Apiaji, and let me ask you some questions as you are expert and dealing with the very important thing, which is the international law. And I know that you've been visiting and you've been working with many universities, especially in UK and USA, regarding the international human rights law. So from this perspective, what advice can you give to us as activists or civil society in order to reach decision-making and to implement, also to implement the laws regarding the protection and the promotion of the right of minorities group, especially to the enjoyment of the rights, political, cultural, and economic? What advice and what can you give us? Thank you.
The perspective. Okay, thank you. I think my advice will begin from the perspective as I already expressed in my presentation, and that is making sure that we are able to, first of all, reach out to minority groups that don't have recognition as citizens in the countries in which they live or wherever they may find themselves. And two, to make sure that recognition as minorities are extended to such groups. As we are in this forum, we have some minority groups that have been recognized, or at least have the opportunity, have heard about this program and have registered and are taking part in it. But the majority are not aware of such a forum. The majority may have knowledge about this forum, but they may not have the opportunity to travel or to even have internet connectivity to take part in the program. And these are the people that I talk about as those that live outside the country, even though they may be living in the country, because participatory rights have been denied them. They live as if they are outside the country because they don't have citizenship, they don't have any form of recognition, and their situation is dire. They are not considered, or they are considered as second-class citizens. And in that situation, they need specialized recognition of their rights to be able to function even as ordinary citizens. Now, for such people, I think there is a huge responsibility on the international community to come to the aid of such groups. And there are a lot of them in the African context, because if you come to the African context, issues about minority groups, the old idea of seeing minorities as using the principle of aboriginality, that all the peoples in one locality are indigenous peoples. So long as we have attained independence, there is no more issue of minority groups, still persists in the number of African countries. And I think it is important we challenge this assumption, even though the African Commission has come up with a document that seeks to move away from the aboriginality notion to self-identification. People just don't understand that principle, and states are unwilling to grant the principle of self-identification to minority groups. So I think my concern is about what the international community can do, what non-governmental organizations can do, and what human rights defenders can do to make sure that minority peoples at least have the basic rights which every person is entitled to. That one has also been denied most of them. Before we come to think about the specialized rights that they are entitled to enjoy because of the historical injustices meted out to them, which would call for recognition of some form of reverse discrimination so that they'll have access to quota rights, affirmative action, and so on, to be able to match up to the level that the mainstream society has. And so it calls for rallying these minority groups to self-identify, to come together as a group and to have a voice so that they can present their views to the international community. People will know about the challenges they are facing, and then we can move a step forward. Then talking about the minorities themselves who are given some recognition. At least we can talk about the Ogoni people in Nigeria, we can talk about the Andoroids in Kenya, and so on. However, even such communities, they have presented cases before the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and decisions have been taken in their favor, but governments have refused to respond to the decisions of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. So there too, the international community has a role to play. To what extent can they put pressure on governments to respect the decisions of these states that are abusing the rights of minorities in Africa, and to also work through the AU system. The AU has departments that deal with minority groups, but they have not been very effective, to tell the truth. And so there's a need for some support for the AU to be able to make sure that through their mechanism, they can also put pressure on states to respect the rights of minority groups. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. My last question, we want to benefit from your presence here, especially you are expert on international human rights law. So my last question, taking the reality that this year we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on Minority, and taking into account the regional forum and all the United Nations conventions. Do you think that is enough? That is enough for the minority group to enjoy their full rights?
My response is that it's a very important step forward for the UN to come up with a theme and a decision to recognize minority rights, and for us to rethink about minority rights issues. So having that platform certainly gives some room for recognizing minority groups and to have their issues brought to the fore. However, I think that more needs to be done, because we live in a world and in a time where rights issues generally have been subjected to various forms of abuse. And there is the need for the governments are placing so much emphasis on development without human rights, and that human rights is rather a stumbling block to development. And in most cases, like the example of my sister from Iran, most of the issues that confront minority groups is about access to territory. And access to territory also defines the natural resources on the territory. And the natural resources are supposed to be exploited to make the country rich, or to be able to pay its financial obligations to the IMF and other bodies. And so in that situation, there is a pressure on governments to make rich quick, if I can put it that way, for rapid development to take place. And at the expense of whom? At the expense of minority groups who see development differently and who see development as related to the fact that it's not about just exploitation, but it's also more about governance of the environment. And we have minority groups that have principles that have been time-tested to protect the environment. So water issues, climate change issues, they are all related to how development has gone the wrong way. And the minority peoples, based on indigenous knowledge, have a lot to share. So I think that we should tap into that perspective, particularly talking about indigenous knowledge, so that we can learn from them and give them the recognition so that they will contribute to development in that respect, to see the other side of development, alternatives to development. And so that there will be concrete measures that are taken to ensure that the forum will move beyond just the talk to actually lead to concrete work on the ground to make sure that there is a change for minority groups, which will affect the larger good of the countries where they are located. Thank you.
If I'm allowed to also comment on that.
Yeah, please feel free.
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much. If I give another example, for example, the marshland that we talk about that has a rich also resources, fish and birds and agriculture that goes around the marshland. Unfortunately, we had oil under the marshlands. That's the curse that I would have called it black curse. So then for the government was easier to dry out the marshland because they thought in the fastest way, drying out a marshland.
Oui, ceci est la malédiction dont souffrent les Ahwaz parce qu'ils ont pensé que sécher les marais les aidera à extraire
families from around this marshland. So we cannot create the same job and life opportunity for these people that
de ces
when we want to.
Et donc,
and another problem that sometimes central government looking at the minorities is they have this glass of security looking at the minorities. They think that if they give this full potential to the minorities, minority gonna ask for more political power, or if they make the region rich, maybe they're gonna ask for independence or secessions. But again, in my speech, I'm talking about if we involve minorities in this decision making, if we do development that involve them, it's gonna strengthen their sense of belonging. So when I'm belonging to the country that involve me in making these policies, that doesn't increase my poverty, that doesn't make me victim for the alter good. So many times they say it is for the alter good. So some sacrifices has to be made, but most of the time the sacrifices being made by the minorities, that actually create the sense of exclusion from minorities. They're gonna think, they don't think I am from this country. They don't respect my resources. They don't respect my ideas. So why I should participate? Why I should even stay? So somehow it is the fault of the central government if minorities feeling that they are not part of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mona. If you can let me ask you one question. How can we make sure that minority groups are not excluded, especially the impact of exclusion on minority group from a psychological dimension, as you mentioned in your first presentation? What are the factors or the factors that should not be that push us not to exclude minority groups from psychological dimensions? You are muted. Unmute yourself, please.
The war that happened, that the World War I and II, that was basically more on nationalism. I guess most of the time, so many countries in Middle East, they are so focused on their own nationalism that when they even define their citizenship or define the identity of the country, they become so nationalist that they forget not everybody are the same. For example, in Iran, everybody thinks about Iran, closes eyes, and I think it is a Persian country with the majority of Shiite Muslim. They have one flag, so there is no diversity. That most of the people think. They don't look at Iran as a diverse country. Contrarily, for example, everybody imagine India and they know that it is a diverse country. But Iran is the same. So I think one of the things that first step is they have to change the definition of the citizens of the country. So what are as a country? We are a diverse country. We have to accept this diversity. We have to celebrate that, because imagine I am, as a minority group, well, I am bilingual, but imagine if I go to the university and then the history says that I am enemy of this country, that my ancestors 1,000 years ago attacked this country. I feel bad. I don't like to be part of the country that's the main government think I am enemy or I change their culture. While even if it is true, if I came 1,000 years ago, I am living here since 1,000. I'm part of this land. I should be accepted. That's, I guess, the one thing. Another thing, in Iran, we have local councils. We have local councils so people can vote for the local councils. But the problem is that on the executive power, the local council cannot be independent. Still, they have to ask the permission from the capital. So they cannot be totally independent. Secondly, they don't use the local expertise. For example, again, as I said, they look at the marshlands or even seasonal rivers at unnecessary resource that, or even, for example, unfortunately, even happening in Iraq, they want to make, in Turkey, they want to make more dams on the water. They think the sweet water should not go into the sea because it's gonna be bad for the, we're gonna waste of the sweet water. But the problem is when we stop the sweet water going to the sea, then the sea gonna come to the land and it's gonna destroy our agriculture. So it should be, as Dr. mentioned here, Professor mentioned here, it should be always putting in consideration the local and indigenous power, because, for example, to these policies also we lost about 1 million palm tree. The date that it was main food of the people. So if they didn't have any food to eat, they would have just shake a couple of palm trees and they would have eaten, but even we lost that. So the sense of exclusion, it comes from, I think the first step is culturally accepting the social identity of the minority group, and again, secondly, to involve them in policy making, especially in economy and environment. Because as the indigenous Native American says, let's see if after we explode all resources we have, can we eat the money that we created? No, we cannot. Finally, we're gonna need to keep this earth healthy so we can continue and survive.
Thank you so much. You're right. You've been stating that we should accept diversity in order to guarantee the right of minority group. That's why this regional forum that is organized by Tom Lantos and the High Commission advocate and synthesize about the importance of accepting the diversity, guarantee the right of minority, the enjoyment of our rights, and also especially within this year, which is the year of celebration of the 30th anniversary of the UN declaration, which is a very important declaration. Since then, a lot has been done, but still a lot to be done in order, as I said before, minority group should not be left behind. So we will continue with you for the last word. But now I remind that participants should send their recommendation, write their recommendation in the chat box, or send it to Tom Lantos Institute email, or they can take the floor and they can make their statement. So we shall open the floor for statements from participants, and they have on my list 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 participants. So I will start with the first one, which is Iran Al-Ahmadi. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for giving me the floor. I don't know, I'm audible. Can you hear me, Mr. Moderator?
Yes, we hear you. We hear you very well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I can say I would like to say hello from Geneva to my all participants and panelists in this part of the online forum. And I can say thanks to organizers and the hosts of this panel personally, I very like this kind of discussions. And in my official capacity, I can say I'm very regret that this panel directed to a make it as a platform to focus on a specific country in the Middle East. And I can say some things to Mona with regard to the situation of the Iranians, Arabs in my country. I don't know, in our constitutions, we see Arabs, Kurds, and other Iranian groups, ethnic Iranian groups, not as a minority, because when we are talking about the minority, it means that you are to make a very specific group of people that you want to exclude them from the main society and the origin of the country that they belong to. Mona presentation was on the concept of the belonging. I can say you that Iranians, Arabs are belonging to the country of Iran, and they are key Iranian group in our history. Mona can say that what is the situation of the Khuzestan in our country. You can see that our name of our country is Islamic Republic of Iran. Islam, the language Islam is Arabic. Arabic is on our flag. You can see it. That's our flag is on the words of Arab language. This is the second language of Iran after the Persian language, because the country is a Persian country, but the Arabs are the part of our society. We respect all of the Iranian groups and ethnic groups. And Arabs are not minority for us. They are Iranians, they are part of the Iran. But again, I can express my regretful that Al-Ahwazi, what does it mean, Al-Ahwazi? Ahwaz is the center of the province of the Khuzestan. You can Google it in internet. What is the Al-Ahwazi? Al-Ahwazi. I'm from south of Iran. I very now, my families and my immediate families are in Khuzestan. I can say you that Ahwaz is the center of the Khuzestan. Al-Ahwazi, please Google it in internet. Al-Ahwazi is a separatist and terrorist groups. Many of their members are in charge in some European countries. We have no Al-Ahwazi community. What is Al-Ahwazi community? We see all people, they are living in Khuzestan as Iranians. They are lower, they are core, we have lower, core, Arabs and different groups of Iranians in the province of Khuzestan. The Arabs are the part of them. What about the presence of the Arabs in our decision-making structure? I can say that I don't know whether the participant knows that Mr. Shamkhani, that who is the Iranian Arab. What is who? Who is who? Who is the secretary of the toughest decision-making structure in Iran? Secretary of Supreme Security Council in Iran. He's Arab. He was for 8 years our Minister of Defense. He was Arab. Iranian Arabs can select their own representative in the parliament. They have their own representative in the council, local councils. It's baseless allegation that they have no participation in decision making in Iran. Is totally, I categorically reject it. With regard to the water policy, that this is a claims and allegations that there is no sense to respond it, because the development policies of countries not dependent on the claims raised by some specific groups, that their profile is very clear for us. The main members of this the Ahwazi groups and community, that I can say that they are in charge of courts in some European countries. Once again, I can say that we expect that organizers and Moderator to respect the state parties, the states, the countries, and not let to make this forum as a platform for in a selective manner to focus on a specific country, but we are explicitly express our positions, our concerns, our clarification with regard to the situation of the Iranians, different groups in my country, and this is not an issue that we want to keep it in keep it not clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this clarification. We remind that this forum is a free, democratic space for activists from all over the world, and especially from Africa and the Middle East. It is an open state. It respects the international community. It respects the territories of countries, and it respects the International and United Nations Convention. Thank you so much. Now I move to the second, Ambassador Dr. Haitham Abu Said. You have the floor, sir.
Yes, hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Yes, thank you for giving us the floor. First of all, I would like to state that many people have suffered and still are from the danger of racism based on segregation between people according to their sexual origins and color. This distinction results in rights and benefits. The foundation of racism, according to the study of the International Human Rights Council and International Human Rights Commission, are 7: skin color, nationalism, language, cultures, habits, beliefs, and social classes. To address and combat racism and to assure the rights of minorities, especially in the Middle East, the International Commission of Human Rights, I'm sorry, I went out because I received a call. Okay, so I was saying that the International Human Rights Commission would like to request the following. Government should try to narrow the circle of differences between tribes and between different factions in society. 2, government must overcome racism by applying the principles of justice and equality among the members of society. 3, requesting government to have a positive role in rejecting racism and discrimination through media guidance. 4, imposing penalties on those stir up strife and disputes between members of the same community. Implant the best value in the heart of children and raise them to love others and to renounce pride and contempt for others. 5, educational institutions have a major role in educating the new generation to implement correct ideas in their minds and souls. And I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Abu Said. Thank you for these recommendations. Now I move to Hanan Ben Hassanna.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Bonjour à vous tous. Merci pour ces brillantes interventions. Je suppose que l'on s'accorde dans toutes ces interventions sur 3 recommandations de base. Une première recommandation est celle que l'on sorte de la sphère du déni de l'existence des minorités. Cette sphère de déni, l'on prétend que l'on pose un faux problème partout. Donc, il faudrait qu'il y ait une reconnaissance politique, sociale et législative des minorités de manière à pouvoir les intégrer correctement et qu'ils puissent participer dans l'État et qu'ils puissent aussi s'auto-identifier. C'est donc une première recommandation. La deuxième recommandation.
So this is the first recommendation. The second recommendation is to be able to normalize the situation of minorities in compliance with international conventions. And the third recommendation is to prepare a social ground viable and capable of accepting the other with its difference, and that this difference is a ground.
On a l'exemple de la Tunisie pour les efforts d'intégration des minorités, ce qui concerne les organisations internationales et les associations. On a les points anti-discrimination de Minority Rights Group en Tunisie, où l'on fournit un suivi juridique et un soutien pour les victimes des affaires de à vous tous. Merci.
Merci beaucoup Hanan pour ces précieuses recommandations concernant
So concerning the existence, be it legal existence for minority groups. Thank you very much.
Matt for peace. Matt for peace, please. You have the floor. Thank you, Wissam. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Wissam Farid. I'm here on behalf of MAD for Peace Development and Human Rights Association. I will tackle three different minorities issues. The first one is in Ethiopia, the Bani Changul Joms regions continues to deteriorate human rights rapidly, which is certain to leave more than 1 million people behind. Violation of the territory's population include continued forced evictions of indigenous people, cultural identity of the majority of the population. And in the last 2 years, more than 5,000 members of the Jomis and Betra tribes in the territory were forcibly displaced. Furthermore, about 7,380 indigenous people in villages near to the residence dam constructions area are certain with a displacement after the completion of the Ethiopian Renaissance Dam construction. And these discriminatory practices are carried out without any just compensation. Secondly, the Iranian government has also taken a discriminatory approach against indigenous people's territories. Iranian areas with non-Persian ethnic minorities, particularly the Ahwaz region, which have witnessed regular protests against racism and insults perpetrated by the Iranian authorities towards the Arab minority, and their obligation to teach their children in the Persian language, contrary to Article 29 and 30 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. These demonstrations were forcibly aspected in manner of inconsistent with the principles of proportionality, necessity, and caution. Finally, the Qatari government continues to discriminate against the Al Ghufran tribe in Qatar, who have finally deprived of all basic human rights, such as the right to housing, the right to nationality, and the right to health and education. The Qatari government considered them to be a second-class citizen. So, Ma'at for Peace appeals the Forum on Minorities to the immediate cessation of the forced displacement in the Bani Changul region of citizens living in areas adjacent to the Renaissance Dam. Second, the establishment of national body to hear from people of the Bani Changul region and the risks to which they are exposed as a result of the dam construction, and communicate their voices to the relevant authorities in order to deal seriously with their problems. Third, compensating citizens who have been materially affected by the loss of their work, farms, livestock, and property for such losses. Fourth, to pressure the Iranian government to lift a prohibition and restrictions on the use of the indigenous people's mother tongues to allow them to receive education in their native language. And finally, return of the citizenship to members of the Al Ghufran clan in Qatar and guarantee their fundamental rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matt for Peace, for this intervention. Thank you so much. So participants are reminded to raise their hand if they want to make a statement, and the statement can be extended to 3 or 4 minutes. Thank you so much. So now I give to Baha'i International, Diane, Baha'i International. I give the floor to Baha'i International. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, sorry. Well, just last week, 13 Baha'i youth were arrested in the northern city of Qaim-Shar in Iran, and they were detained at the Sari intelligence office. Most of the arrests of these youth occurred in a private home where they were studying and discussing together the role of education in social progress. What is ironic is that these youth were arrested while studying and discussing the role of education when they themselves had all been denied access to higher education by the Iranian authorities simply because they're members of the Baha'i religious minority. So basically, the Iranian government not only deprives these youth from entering to university and developing their intellectual capacities, but it also denies them the simple right to gather as young people from a religious minority to discuss issues of importance to their generation and to contribute to the progress of the country they love. Iran has systematically persecuted the Baha'i community since the 1979 Islamic Revolution, denying them their rights from cradle to grave, as the former Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion or Belief, Mr. Heiner Bielefeld, stated himself. So Baha'is in Iran face all sorts of persecution, but a 1991 policy document signed by the Supreme Leader himself, Ayatollah Khamenei, called for the progress and development of the Baha'i community to be blocked. So basically no participation, and that included barring young Baha'is from attending universities. There's also a 2006 letter from the Ministry of Science, Research and Technology sent to 81 Iranian universities that said that if any student are identified as Baha'is, they must be expelled from university. So I think this is one of the many facets of, unfortunately, the Baha'is, the Iranian Baha'is, not being allowed to participate fully, in society, in the contribution to the progress of society. But when the Special Rapporteur and the Forum asks for recommendations, I think that there are many recommendations that exist on religious freedom, on minorities, and particularly on the Baha'is to the government of Iran. But so the problem is not making more recommendations, it's looking at how to request from Iran that they implement these recommendations made by the Special Rapporteurs, made by the UPR, because so far, unfortunately, the Baha'i International Committee has not seen any of these recommendations implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your intervention, Baha'i International. Now I give the floor to Dr. Nadir As-Sakaf. Nadir As-Sakaf, you have the floor, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I hope my voice is clear. And allow me, please, to switch to the Arabic language to give my statement. سيدي الرئيس أنا نادر الثقاف.
Mr. President, I am Nadir Saqqaf from Yemen and representing the Baha'is in Yemen.
I represent
Yemen,
Baha'is in
since the Houthis come to Sana'a in 2014, the worst human situation at all. And the Baha'i of Yemen, they were suffering a lot, like other categories of the Yemeni population who suffered that reach to
and
a
there is also a
genocide
crime or genocide
because
against
they
this
are in a
crime could
religious
be
minority. There is the discourse of hatred that the Houthis are doing and presenting. They have tried in many
more
situations
than one opportunity
to
launch
reach
certain
campaigns
genocidal
against the Baha'is, to push the Yemeni people to hate the Baha'is, because the Houthis, they have done all of this by using the discourse of hatred in mosques until they reach to add it to certain university books to have a generation who is full of hatred instead of enhance tolerance with the other and coexistence with the other. The Houthis trying to push the society to hate them and deprive us from major and minor rights. And most of the citizens in Yemen, they built the country. They never interfere in politics. They respect the system and the law, and they serve their country fully. And they have done no single crime, unlike other Houthis they are claiming. The positive participation of the minorities in life, which is a fundamental right, shall be respected and be conferred by the world governments. In order to do that right in Yemen, it is important to use a comprehensive language for all the components of the Yemen. Hence, we are asking to involve the Baha'is and other minorities in Yemen in the process of peace on any kind of dialogue at the regional level, which we draft or amend laws, give the room to participation of the Baha'is to build the renaissance of Yemen. And this will be a way to prevent any kind of execution or any kind of violation to the Baha'is. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, sir, for your presentation.
Joseph Malak.
أهلا بكم. جوزيف ملاك مصر. احنا بنتعامل مع ملف قيم.
Joseph Malak, we are dealing with the issue of the minorities. For me, we need to consider three items. The first one is primacy, culture, and the legal one. The promise should, awareness, there should be awareness to the entire population, because this minority has a role to play and it has a right, and they have rights to be respected. The cultural aspect, which is in parallel with awareness, and that should be the culture of the entire community, and the authorities, they should do that through social media and education. There are many ways to do that. The media should target this issue. There should be no kind of discrimination to avoid having any kind of a minority. As I said, the third item is the law, legislation. I believe that there is a shortage in law. I have an international law respecting and protecting the minorities, but this international law is not implemented with the laws of each country. There should be mechanisms, political ones, cultural ones, legal mechanisms for the implementation of the international law. each of the countries setting the constitutions and laws to consider the rights of the minorities. The law is protecting the minorities. We need to implement the international laws by any means. The conferences come out with recommendations, but the law does not implement all of that. I see that the United Nations has set very strong laws for, and the Human Rights Declaration talks about minorities, but most countries do not respect that. We need to find mechanisms to connect between international laws and local ones. The laws provide rights to all the people in all terms, professions and others. That is my perspective in a nutshell, and I hope that it will be implemented. And I would like, sorry, we already mentioned these points before in a different meeting. So, politically speaking, that all should be respected, and also the culture should be taken in consideration, and that was highlighted by the UN agencies. So we need to promote for the culture of the presence of minorities. Sorry, there is a problem from the source, the sound. So I should target all of that in an appropriate way, and thank you.
لابد أن نوضح هنا أنه دور المنتدى الإفريقي للشرق الأوسط وإفريقيا حول حقوق الأقليات هو دور مهم.
The role of the MENA in the right of the minorities plays an important role. The role is to establish platforms for the implementation of international laws and to maintain the rights of the minorities wherever they are. And this is the role of the NGOs and militant and activists and stakeholders to protect the rights of minorities. The role is the role of this forum in North Africa and the Middle East.
Thank you. Iran Al-Ahmadi, you have requested the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for giving me the second floor. Just in completion of my first intervention in this forum, I want to remind all participants that according to Article 8 of the Declaration of the Rights of Minorities, advocacy for minority rights should not constitute as a permitting any activity contrary to the purposes and principles of the United Nations, including sovereign integrity, and equality, territorial integrity, and political independence of states. And it should not be, I remind all participants and audience that it should not become a flash flag for interfering in domestic affairs of the other nations. With regard to the allegation raised by one of the speakers on the rights of biased community in our country, I would like to inform dear audience and panelists that biased communities, they are living in Iran in peace and without any problems. Nobody belonging to a specific group of religious or the other groups of peoples are behind the law. if they committed any activities against the law, against the public order, against the ordinary life of the society of Iran, of course they should be accountable against the law. Nobody is behind the law in Iran. And according to, I can say you that clearly and explicitly that the citizen rights of the Baha'is, along with religious minorities, are fully observed. Islamic religious teachings have strictly forbidden investigation on beliefs of people, and under Article 33 of the Constitution of the Iran, investigation into one's ideas forbidden. And so there is no issue of and matter of the whether they believe on Baha'is or not, but any citizen in Iran that they commit activities against the law, of course, they should be accountable against the law. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for giving me the second floor.
Thank you so much for the clarification. Now I move to the last participant of in my list, Mira Faraj.
Good morning. This is Mira Faraj on behalf of Partners for Transparency. Today I'll tackle two issues. The arbitrary practices of the Iranian government against the residents of Awaz in Iran still represent a fundamental obstacle on the path of adherence to the principles of international agreements ratified by Iran, including the Convention of the Rights of Child and the United Nations Declaration on Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic and Religious and Linguistic Minorities. Just as the Iranian government's refusal to ratify the two international covenants and the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination doesn't mean disavowing respect for the rights of minorities. These practices include deliberate obliteration of Arab identity. This was represented in the compulsory education of the Persian language and the deprivation of Ahwazi children from the education and their original language in contravention of Articles 29 and 30 of the Convention on the Rights of Child, in addition to banning the use of the Arab language in Iranian government offices. The Iranian government also prevents the Ahwazi population from wearing traditional dress in public places, which contradicts the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. Human rights defenders and bloggers of Al-Ahwaz were subjected to arbitrary arrest and detention and to various types of abuse amounting to torture by the Iranian police, and severely unfair sentences were issued against them. Partners for Transparency also noted the marginalization of Ahwaz population through the forcible confiscation of land and the diversion of rivers from the Ahwaz areas to the Persian areas, which led to the decrease of the amount of water available to the Ahwazi people, along with discriminatory employment practices that deprive the Ahwaz of jobs, where positions are often kept for citizens of Persian origin. The second issue I want to tackle that we also draw your attention to the aggravating human rights situation of Al-Ghafran clan in Qatar, where members of Al-Ghafran clan are still deprived of all basic human rights after the arbitrary decision to withdraw their citizenship for more than 3,000 of them, which led to the deprivation of a range of rights, such as the rights to political participation, education, health, social security, and the right to housing. In addition, Al-Ghafran members who rejected the decision to withdraw their citizenship were subjected to arbitrary detention and imprisonment for long periods, and some of them died in prison with complete impunity. Finally, Partners for Transparency appeals to the necessity of putting pressure on the Iranian government to allow the use of indigenous language of Al-Ahwazi population, to end all forms of racial discrimination and inequality against the Ahwazi population, and releasing human rights defenders, raising the issue of Al-Ghafran family in Qatar, and appealing to the Qatari government to restore their citizenship and guarantee their basic rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your excellent intervention. Now, thank you also to all participants for their contribution, input, and statements. Really, it was very good interventions. And we remind participants that the recommendation should be sent to the email of the Tom Lantos, which is in the chat box, for further elaborating full-fledged report or a recommendation that should be addressed to Special Rapporteur on minority and therefore to the High Commission of Human Rights. Now I give the floor to the last words and intervention to our panelists and their comments on the interventions. So I give to Professor Guadiu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think the discussions have gone on well, and I appreciate the comments that have come from the minority groups and those speaking on behalf of minority groups. I think it's important to recognize that the concerns raised are legitimate, and they support the information that is coming based on research. So I think it's evidence-based and should be taken seriously. Now, my recommendation is that, or my final thoughts is that we should make sure that the comments made, the recommendations made are taken seriously, and further investigation is done to confirm this and to make sure that people who face such conditions, particularly we have seen that, excuse me to say, but this is a forum that we need to speak as we have to speak. The situation coming from Iran, there have been 2 or 3 submissions that tell about a picture of concern in Iran for minority groups. And it's not just people from there speaking as they want to speak, but this working as a minority person or expert on minority issues. We have had similar concerns from Iran. And so we need to take matters as they are and try to make sure that we take minority rights issues very seriously. I appreciate the forum and the opportunities given. And what is critical is that as the discussion has gone out, it has confirmed the fact that participation is critical, and participation from outside the state should be a thing of the past. There should be participation within the state. And like I said, participation within the state is also not enough if it doesn't recognize the peculiarities of minority groups, so that they will have, there will be a level playing field, and they will have a bigger opportunities to be given them to be able to express themselves, because for so long, minority peoples have been silenced, and that has not worked for their own good, as well as for the larger good of the countries in which they are located. Last point is that most often we have seen a situation where minority groups have been accused of being terrorists or being involved in terrorist activities simply for voicing out their concerns. And sometimes there may be a concern that such issues being voiced out could affect the security of the state. That is why it is also important that we look at the issue of human security. Human security is critical for minority groups as well, because if you don't recognize their human rights, if you don't recognize their environmental issues, if you don't recognize their democratic rights, and if you don't recognize the need for them to control affairs within their community, their language, their identity, there may be agitations, and it may be misinterpreted as terrorists or people who just want to cause problems. But if we consider in the context of human security, we realize that, yes, they are raising security concerns, and it's not because they want to cause violence, but it's because their issues have not been addressed. So it's high time we address that to ensure that minority groups' interest in peace will also be recognized as such, and it will be linked to development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. Effectively, minority groups should voice up their voice. That's why the forums, those forums are organized for the voice of the voiceless, for the voice of the minority people all over the world. Now I give the last word to Muna. Muna, please, if you have any comments. I remind that we shall return back to participant statement for the last and final of this session or this panel. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I have to add to say also, I am so happy that Amazigh become one of the official language in North Africa, and the Moroccan government in recognizing this language. It is a really beautiful initiative that I wish countries like Iran put in consideration and stop being afraid of recognizing the official languages. That's true that Arabic part of the culture in Iran due to Islam, but still it is not an official languages, one of the official languages. And Iran has only one official language, which is Persian, not even on the level of regions. So we don't have any other even regional languages that are accepted. In contrary, unfortunately, we have some Kurdish activists that have been arrested for teaching Kurdish in their cities. And also there is some teachers that received warrants from their school or from the director because they were talking Arabic with the children that they didn't understand, for example, the curriculum, or with their parents, because as other participant mentioned, in Iran, the education is only in Farsi, so all the minorities, they have to go on at the age of 6 and directly learn the writing and everything in Persian. But I want to talk about the law, because the participants said nobody is about the law in Iran. Yes, we're talking about the law and the importance of the law and regulation, but what kind of law? If the law by itself is discriminatory, how I can respect it? For example, if you say by law in Iran, only the political man who is Muslim and Shia can be candidated for presidency. So it is a discriminatory law. So how I can respect it as a woman and maybe as a non-Muslim? And also emphasizing so much on Islam in Iran while ignoring other minorities, it's also not respectful, because we have other minorities in Iran. We have Christians, Ashurian, Baha'is, Jewish, and also Muslim Sunnis that also they cannot really go further in any official post in Iran. And also we have Mandais that they were reside in my region. Their number was 60,000, but now they reduced to a couple of thousand. All of them, they immigrated out of Iran because according to their religion, they do not enter to the conflict with the states and prefer, according to their religion, believe that they can immigrate outside if they are not happy in the place that they are staying. That again, it is sense of belonging, because they felt, okay, I'm not belong here. I will find some country. Most of them, they went to Australia, and they feel that they are belong to Australia more, even they were historically for thousands of years, they were living in this region. They are followers of John the Baptist. So it is really important to say that nobody is about the law, but when the law is discriminatory, what happened to the Baha'i community in Iran, that by law, they cannot go to the university. Do I want them to respect that law? For sure, they're gonna break the law because it is a discriminatory law. So they have to have their own universities at home, so they won't be deprived from education. So also, we should put in consideration what kind of law we're talking about.
Okay, Mona, thank you so much for this clarification, input and recommendation. Really, it is very useful and practical. Thank you so much another time. Now, return back to statement from the floor, and I give the floor to Al-Ahmadi. Iran Ahmadi, please, you have the floor.
You pronounce my name is very, good and beautiful Arabic language, because I'm from the south of Iran. I'm semi-Arab and Persian. I can say I have a lot of Arab friends in my class that I was educated during the first and secondary language in Iran. Just I want to say to my sister Mona, with regard to the Arab language in Iran, I refer her and other audience to Article 16 of our constitution, that the Arabic language, I can read it out, that since the language of Quran and Islamic texts and teachings is Arabic, it must be. Since Persian literature is thoroughly permitted by this language in all classes of secondary school and in all taught after elementary level. It's a main part of our education system that all students in Iran must learn and educated in Arab language. So there is no any ban, there is no any limitation for learning Arabic and using. I don't know whether how long that the Mona is not in Iran, but if the audience and the Mona can watch the TV channels in Khuzestan province, she can see that the main programs will be shown in Arabic language in the province of the Khuzestan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now, Hanan from Tunisia, please.
Bonjour, rebonjour, disons. Hanan محامية من تونس.
Hanan, a lawyer from Tunisia. I would like to talk about the justice of the law. The justice of the law is not enlarged. Sorry, she gets cut off. It is relative, the justice of the law. There is a discrimination towards the citizens. As somebody mentioned before, even for the citizens, there is another kind of discrimination. Otherwise, we do not find the kind of
there was no
discrimination in
discrimination
terms
in
of
such places, as
color
we
or
said, like
religion.
if the law is
For me,
respected, we are all
there is
equal. The law
discrimination. In another way, it is very just. In Tunisia, we find the refugees and migrants, and there is no just trial because they do not benefit at least having sworn translators in the process of litigation. This is very fundamental to preserve a just and fair prosecution. They don't get any legal assistance having a lawyer in the time of the prosecution, unlike the Tunisian citizen. For the other speakers, the law is not fair in all countries. The justice of law is relative in most of the countries. And thank you. Thank you for your word.
شاركت الميتينج. أنا تشمو كالو.
I am Bashamo Kalo. Please push, turn or unmute your mic. Your mic, you have the floor.
Hello. I am a human rights activist speaking on behalf of the Kurdish people. Yesterday, I spoke about the extensive discrimination against our people in Iran and Turkey. Today, I want to speak about a minority within the Kurdish minority in Middle East, the Yazidi people. After the 2014 genocide against the Yazidis in Sinjar in Iraqi Kurdistan, thousands of civilians were massacred, missed, and displaced, and also taken into sex slavery by the ISIS terrorists. After 8 years after the genocide, about 2,700 of the Yazidi women and girls are still missing. They were taken into sex slavery by the ISIS terrorists. Today, besides dealing with the displacement and constant fires in the IDP camps, due to electricity issues, the Yazidis also are dealing with the constant Turkish army airstrikes under the pretext of the presence of the PKK in the region. At the same time, the Iranian proxy groups such as PMU constantly try to change the demographics by importing Arab refugees from other regions of Iraq. Also, after the invasion of northeast Syria by the Turkish government, several Yazidi villages have been destroyed and their people have been displaced. I am calling on the international human rights international human rights organizations to protect these people from another genocide which might happen soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I give the floor, because of time restraint, to ODF, TIE. Eiki ODF.
Hi, hello. Joseph Malek.
No, sorry, it's not your turn.
Allô?
Anna أطلب من
Allô,
ODF.
oui, bonjour tout le monde. C'est avec plaisir que je participe à ce forum régional sur les droits des minorités.
It is a pleasure to take place. That I have the pleasure to share the experience of the reality of other countries. So, I am from Côte d'Ivoire.
Notre contexte est différent de tout ce que j'ai entendu parce que chez nous, les minorités ethniques sont confrontées à un problème lié au foncier. Parce que faut dire que comme elles sont en minorité, donc dans leur région, elles reçoivent des personnes qui vivent de diverses régions. Et quand ces personnes arrivent, fait de leur grand nombre, au fil des années, ils se sentent plus propriétaires parce qu'ils sont un grand nombre que les minorités ethniques qui les
feel they're more deserving of those rights because they're greater in number. So
they try to
really a
appropriate
source
the
of conflict here in Côte d'Ivoire.
so they
It's a hard
in some
reality for the
cases.
ethnic minorities here. And I should mention that the legal framework is not really well furnished to protect those minorities
Ethnic
properly.
minority has
It's
a
also
legal
very
case,
vague. There
but
are no
there are no
specific
specific
laws
laws
or
that
legislation
protect those minorities.
that
And thank you
protect those minorities. Thank you so much for your intervention.
The last intervention is Joseph Malak, please.
أشكركم على سماح لي بالدخول مرة أخرى، ولكن أكثر من حد بيتكلم. تكميل الحوار. استكمل. أشكركم على السماح لي بالدخول مرة أخرى.
Thank you very much for joining again. I found that there are many personalities that have experience in the law, in the legal sector. Some of them clarified that the law doesn't protect, and it leads to discrimination of certain groups. And the law, they talked about the law as being very important. We have to respect the law. We can see that the law is unjust, but we'd like to develop it and refurbish it so it can meet our growing needs. The country that doesn't respect the law is not a country. It means that it's not part of the international community. That's what it means. The law is not perfect, but we develop mechanisms. I litigated lots of cases. One of the most important cases, and we had a constitution under construction. There were some serious conflicts going on to defend the minorities. but still I'm trying to get across this very small idea that we can treat the we can deal with this problem or cope with this problem of minorities through the law. The law is the crucial part here. It can lead the change towards any form of. But if the country doesn't do this, doesn't make efforts in creating more laws, but this will discourage everybody to do more. But if we have laws, we can create mechanisms to refurbish the law and update it or interpret it well to match the international laws and what is expected from us. The crises around the world related to minorities are as a result of this misinterpretation of the law. Thank you very much for focusing on the importance of the law and the importance of the interpretation of the law everywhere it is, everywhere the person is.
We have stressed the importance of procedural mechanism are put in place either regionally, locally, globally to ensure effective participation of minorities at all levels, especially with decision-making process. We've been also talking about the legal framework, the international law, and the necessity, as Professor said, to be implemented. We've been also talking about different issues regarding minorities that should be not excluded and should benefit from their social, political, and economic right. We've been also listening to experience from different parts, from Iran, from Tunisia, we've been also listening to statements from different stakeholders, from activists, from civil society, stressing the importance of guaranteeing the promotion and the protection of our rights, especially we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Declaration of the UN. Thank you so much. On behalf of you, on behalf of the Tom Lantos Institute, I would like to thank our panelists, Professor Kodiogo Apieja Atia, for his statement and his very important contribution. I also thank Mona Silawi for her sharing with us her experience. We come to the end of this session. We call it a day, and we see you today for the next session. And all the participants are welcomed to make an intervention statement and their inputs, and also they can also share their recommendation with the Tom Lantos Institute email on the chat box. Thank you so much, and see you next time.
Thank you too.
Over to you, Mr. Sean.
Thank you, Naji, and thank you everyone for their contributions to that session. We have a 1-hour break, and we will reconvene at 12 o'clock GMT+1 for the 4th thematic session. Thank you. Hello, Tahani. So we are okay to start. We are waiting for one speaker, Dr. Prosper Musafiri. But we can begin with the 3 speakers we have, and we will try to connect Dr. Prosper as soon as possible.
Okay, good morning and welcome everybody to the last session of our 2 days regional forum on minority issues, which is on the theme of moving forward, reforming the protection and implementation of the minority rights. Please allow me to welcome the experts. We will start with Mr. Mina Thabit. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Tahani. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll start with our expert, Mr. Mina Thabit. He is the MENA Regional Coordinator at PEN International. Mr. Mina. You are muted. Mr. Mina, you are muted. We can't hear you. Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Hi, everybody. Mr. Special Rapporteur, Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, it's such a great honor to be with you today. I'd like to thank Dr. Fernand de Varennes for his kind invitation and for giving me and for giving all of us the chance to engage once again with minority experts and activists from the MENA region and around the world. The MENA region is a uniquely diverse mix of ethnic, religious, linguistic, and cultural minorities, each of whom had their own distinctive history, beliefs, language, and culture, which offers a great opportunity for rich, vibrant, and diverse societies. However, authoritarianism, political and economic instability, and protracted conflicts and wars in the region have had a detrimental effect on minorities communities across the region. The Yazidi minorities in Iraq faced genocide in 2014. Their women and children were forced into slavery just for holding a different belief. The region witnessed unprecedented mass displacement of Christians in Iraq in Mosul 2014 and in Egypt in Al Arish 2017. That happens due to government's failure to provide necessary protection against terrorism threats. The results were devastating. The impact of protracted conflict and wars has not only taken a monumental toll on minority communities, but it also had a colossal effect on their tangible and intangible forms of cultural heritage. Despite the universal protection guaranteed by the international humanitarian law to all civilians not taking direct part in hostilities, recent events have once again, beyond any doubt, provided evidence of the dire need to ensure special protection during war and armed conflicts. Today, I'm calling for a special protection for minorities in war and conflict zones, a special protection for minorities' cultural heritage, and commitment to prioritize their recovery in post-conflict situations. The conflict in Syria, Iraq, the occupation in Palestine, the long-standing sectarian division in Lebanon had severely limited spaces for dialogue and opportunities for understanding. They also resulted in a colossal loss intangible and intangible forms of cultural heritage, especially cultural heritage of minority communities in these communities. In addition, they deepen the societal divide and resulted in lack of trust between different communities within these societies. The need for a safe space for dialogue, a safe space in which we can build understanding, a space in which we can accept each other and feel safe to share our different beliefs, our rich cultures, our diverse traditions, our unique languages. I believe the media can play a part in providing such space, in celebrating diversity and pluralism, in giving platform for those who have long suffered discrimination and negligence. International funding and development agencies can play a monumental role in normalizing and mainstreaming minority-focused projects and activities. While today we celebrate 30 years of the UN Declaration on the rights of persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities, the Declaration represented a landmark toward recognition and promotion of minorities' rights 3 decades ago. The need for effective protection and fulfillment of minorities' rights is still maintained. Current framework stands far short from providing effective protection for minorities' rights. I call for the introduction of a legally binding covenant on minorities' rights, formation of an independent monitoring body to which individuals belonging to minority communities can file complaints. These are the needs that we need to take into consideration for the fulfillment and the completion of the journey that we started 3 decades ago. We started with a declaration, but we need now far more reaching framework to protect minorities' rights. It has been my pleasure to be here with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mina. Thank you. You made good points about government's protection on minorities, on conflict zones, and to have effective protection. We will have this after when the floor is open for the participant for discussion. Thank you. To make it short and to the point. Now, if I may ask Ms. Nadia Hassan Khallo, and she's having the Nadia's initiative to have the floor to speak.
Hi everyone. I will submit in Arabic.
Okay.
في البداية أود أن أشكركم باسمي وباسم مبادرة نادية مراد على تنظيم هذا الحدث المهم للأقليات. باعتباري ناجية من أقلية مضطهدة، سوف أتكلم عن إصلاح حماية وتنفيذ إطار حقوق الأقليات.
As a member of a minority, I would like to speak for minorities. Our historic minority has not been only decided by Daesh. They tried to erase all the traces of this. Our culture, this genocidal activity leads to a deprivation from the resources, and we suffer a lot in this area in Iraq. Well, we try to unify ourselves through having peace and protection against all these activities or this action. We also try to talk on behalf of the minorities in order to protect them from protect them from the recurrence of such events in the future. And also, we'd like to prevent this in our countries. In the world now, there are lots of hot zones of conflict that still in which minorities suffer.
وينبغي أن تركز
And those
المحادثة على
also who live with this minority should be able to coexist with them through creating bridges. We have
إطارات الحماية وتنفيذها على الصعيدين الوطني والدولي.
we need protection. It has to be implemented nationally and internationally.
مفهوم الأمن الواسع للمنطقة ويتجاوز مفهوم العنف والأذى البدني الناجم عن العنف.
The protection that the law provides goes beyond all the actions and the violations incurred by others, and they are protected against anything. In 2021, we had a portion of peace, and we thought that Iraq was peaceful, but then Daesh started again.
التي تهدف إلى مساعدتنا على إعادة بناء حياتنا.
And also we are calling for the implementation of the law that is advocating helping us and assistance in dealing with all of this. And also we have a lot of detainees and the lost families that we need to recover. Also, we'd like to have the essential services like the health service, education, and so on. As for the amount of compensation in 2021, our business has launched certain initiatives. Speaker is going too fast.
علشان المترجمين بيحاولوا انهم يترجموا عم تتحدثي سريعا
Can
حبيبتي.
you speak a little bit slowly so that the interpreters can interpret? You have time, don't worry. We allow you enough time to do. Concerning the amount of the compensation for the 2021, the initiative of Nadia started the project for refugees and the temporary accommodation for these refugees. We've opened this project to receive compensation and raise funds for them. This also includes, this procedure also includes the mental and physical health in case of handicapped or physically challenged individuals. We have the resources to do so. The compensation is limited, but we're doing so until the Iraqi government is able to provide further help.
انعدام الأمن والضعف التي تواجه
Concerning
الأقليات
the lack of protection and also the discrimination against the minorities, we need to enable these minorities by encouraging everybody to participate through this project as well.
الأقليات.
And
ثالثاً
also try to tackle the obstacles which the minorities face. We hold liable everybody who is guilty of any action, and also we call for the national institutions to participate. We've also taken recommendations for the international community. Before I finish, I'd like to focus on the fact, and as myself, a minority, or as I belong to a minority group, we deal also with women and children who are lost, and we don't know whether they're still alive or not. We miss these children and women, and we don't know what their fate is. Before all this, we focus on this in principle so that we look for those lost ones. And thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا نادية.
Thank you very much, Nadia. We talked about different topics concerning the minority in Iraq, and gradual life is turning to normal, and you're trying to help so.
الدعم النفسي لإعادة تأهيل
We try also to provide support, psychological and mental support.
هل يمكنني الكلام؟
Can I talk? Can I speak?
لو سمحت تضع الميوت لحتى ننتهي من الكلام وسنعطيك فرصة.
Can you mute your microphone until I finish, and then we'll give you the floor.
شكرا.
Okay.
To speak. Your turn.
الميكروفون لو سمحت ميوت.
Can you mute the microphone, please? You talked, Nadia, about different recommendations, the last of which is looking for the lost ones from girls or children and women. We'll be talking about this during the discussion with the participants. I'm asking from Dr. Ahmed bin Musa. Take the floor.
He is professor of architecture and senior lecturer and researcher at High School of Architecture and Urbanism of Tunisia. Please, Dr. Mohammed, the floor is yours. You have time.
Merci beaucoup pour la gentille présentation et la gentille invitation. Je tenais en un premier
Thank
temps.
you very much for the invitation. I would like to organize to thank the organizer and the special rapporteur along with the institute. I have to change the language.
Merci beaucoup.
I'm going to speak in the Arabic language now. Our nation or country is so diverse, diversified as it was among all its members. Now, Tunisia as a model for the other countries, and we were moving towards a flourishing world in which, under the rule of law, and there was no discrimination. Opportunities were open for everybody to participate in the progress of the country as a whole. It was natural and normal at the time to maintain that, to sustain it, but it has taken us a few decades. So we think that, and in parallel, paradoxically, things have changed. We create laws and economic benefits for everybody. Racial discrimination. In 1964, there were certain things that happened which has led to the creation of laws. In 1861, the wars between, or the conflicts between the Muslims and the Christians, there were lots of conflicts. So in 2014, there was no there was discrimination against the religious groups in our countries. This is all part of our endeavor to create a country livable for everybody. After this narrative, I would like to invite you, dear participants, to see what is happening in reality and our vision to ourselves and the others. It's an evaluation of the self through the others in order to be more efficient in our creating more procedures for everybody and try to repair everything that has been broken through time in our lives. The necessities of this moment in the history of our population in particular, it will require us to talk about it, dare to talk about certain central questions, and see and ask ourselves this question about our self-image and a lot of mental things that we still adopt. Maybe we'll be able to see those things as those faulty thoughts as real and try to repair them and try to expand our thinking, deal with those, all those residual elements that still live and dwell in our minds, especially in our country, Tunisia. Our societies have been suffering or suffering at the same time has had times of welfare. And through that, we've acquired a sense of identity that has led us to this point. It was in its time very good and it was sublime at the moment, but now as time moves on, has changed. There are things that we've lost and things we've gained. There were the the man and woman, the master and the slave, and the apostle and the religious. So all those dualities exist. We're not here to contradict all those and deal with disabilities, but we are here inviting everybody to accept the other. But here, through history, all these elements, all these dualities have been faced with fierce, with iron fist, with violence, instead of embracing it and deal with it in order to dominate and be and remain in power. There is no progress in any country, be it small or big, regardless of the number, regardless of the color, of the belief or doctrine, so on, who can dominate it and live as discriminated against any participation of in the participation of the management and ruling or in the management of public affairs without a clear and sincere revision of those traditions and ideas that have contributed to the crises that our society live. Is it possible that we try to avoid all the bombardments from the mass media to clean our minds and deal with this speech of hatred that exists anywhere without thinking about it, and also without paying attention to any spiritual dimensions that can exist among humans, so we can achieve the ultimate justice. It's clear that the complications that we have in the public affairs have complicated society further. It has empowered one at the expense or at the detriment of others, and it has dominated power, and the power is in the hands of a few at the cost of others. They're called minorities or any other label to weaken them further. From that, those categories have, those dominant categories have hijacked all the elements to remain powerful and led to the forbidding of all those minorities who participate in the public affairs, thinking that the ideas that we can create don't belong to us, but they belong to everybody as humans, and everybody is where he's aiming or she's aiming. They could be constitutions and laws which give priorities to the followers of our religion at the expense of others in order to run for the presidency, in which a social organization is denied funds and it's labeled as an apostle against the followers of other religions. And here I'm talking about the Varennes and what was said about them, and there are certain laws that further racial discrimination that can. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is all about the following. It's a proof that the change that has happened, unfortunately, has not reached the level we wish for, and it's not translated into a reality through the governmental institutions or through the collective consciousness to guarantee the diversity of a society. Being in this position, we have to ask ourselves, to ask amongst ourselves, how can humans change, or how can the individual change to achieve the principles of justice and liberty. I'll finish my presentation after the recommendations. The responsible ones in our countries are aware of anything that is going on within the borders of their countries by helping others, by being holistic in taking their decisions. That slogan that has been reiterated through all the states in the world, the people want, and it was a slogan that the Tunisians have held and have used, and it was exported. The word aim to create more participation by all the citizens in the public life, especially the minorities and the groups, the youth and women as well. In this way, we can understand that participation is having the political choice through the election, and also can create all the other public service like education, health, and so on, which are collectively shared by all citizens. But unfortunately, in imagination and creativity, this slogan couldn't find any hearing ears to receive it, or any formula to translate it to a palpable element that can be practiced or implemented, dealing with the effort, or pushing forward the effort to create more initiatives on behalf of everybody. Speaks on behalf of himself and his freedom and tries to preserve it, and that's how the dominant group has continued to dominate. How can we reach the thing we wish for? It's that our conflict is against hard mentalities, stubborn mentalities that don't want to change. These reforms are there to create modern consciousness, but the gravity that we have towards the past is still talking about the archaic duality that I talked about. How can we get out of this turning bush? We're turning around the bush. What can we do about it? It's so clear now and visible that the Constitution is not enough. The education is important, and educating the future generation is necessary, but also vital in preserving the diversity that I talked about and mentioned. It's also about evaluating and giving more value to the heritage, cultural heritage. Tunisia that has created, that was the land of philosophers. It has to be praised for that, and remembered the Amazigh, or the Berbers who were there, the contribution, the Ibadia and Daism and so on. All those minorities have to be recognized and deserve an educational program to give it its own rights and give the rights of the youth to know their rich past. This historical heritage makes everybody and his agency responsible for himself in certain balanced manners. But the person cannot do that, since a lot of necessary things to build his national identity have been overshadowed from him. These are the things we need in this era, to take care of the media and the mass media. The mass media is an authority in itself, capable of creating mentality depending on what they want. They create the hatred one or the diversity one. We see that the speech of hatred is inflaming all of this. And we see that the mass media and their platforms have become source of power. They are despising women in some cases, using inappropriate religious speech that leads to the killing of diversity. To conclude, last but not least, to recognize all those things, especially the media, the journalists. They have to know that the diversity is good, and the country cannot be praised or thanked if it's not diversified. Hegemony is not, the country is not for that. It's not for hegemony, it's for diversity under the umbrella of the same country on whose soil the flag is flying freely, without letting the authorities play around with historical heritage. Humans have been
طبيعة
created
عليا
as
مشتركة.
nobles,
فصار من الضروري
and
إذا التدريب
they
المحكم
have
للصحفيين
special unified
على أهمية حسن
power.
إدارة التنوع
There
وعلى
are there are experienced ones and who know how to manage this, and there are those who ignore and I to make them work. And last but not least, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Merci, Dr. Mohamed, pour cette belle présentation. En fait, vous avez
In fact, you talked
mis
about
la main sur
different
plusieurs axes, plusieurs
topics.
thèmes. Vous
Have
invitez vous-même
called
à
on
observer,
everybody
à
to
se
look at
pencher
themselves, look at ourselves and the other. It's
sur
very
plusieurs
beautiful that you've
questions que
asked
vous avez
lots of
soulevées
questions
pour les
and you've invited
participants. Peut-être
the
qu'on aura le temps.
participants to interact direction, and we will be opening to discuss later the role of the mass media and the culture to move forward towards coexistence, and the role of the journalists and the mass media experts in all of this. And you've suggested to train the new journalists to manage diversity, which is a beautiful thing. You've also talked about the change we wish for in creating justice and equality. As an evaluation of what happened and then move forward. This change we wish for will lead at the end of the day to the unification. You also talked about the slogan that was said or held in the Tunisian revolution. The people want that was not that didn't find any hearing ears to be generalized. You talked about the moral aspects of all the things that have to do with identity. Identity is not fixed, as you said. A lot of things are not revealed, they're concealed from the person to see. They can be discovered by asking deeper questions. Excuse me, now I'll speak English.
I want to thank all the experts for their beautiful papers. I want to, before we start, please allow me, dear participant, before we start, let's allow you to have these reminders before opening the floor for remarks and questions. Please, you are reminded to contribute constructively to the discussion along this theme, which is reforming the protection and implementation of the minority rights framework. So please, let us stick to only this theme. The speakers are not to be interrupted, so we ask you to make sure that your statement related to the topic under the discussion. It is encouraged that all participants also provide concrete recommendation on how to tackle the issue under this theme of today. And we count on the cooperation of all participants to that end. Also, in order to maintain fruitful and meaningful exchanges, we expect that all participants show respect for others' views and invite all participants to exercise decorum, avoid abusive or disrespectful language and inflammatory remarks, respect UN core values and principles, and uphold the UN standards when referring to countries and territories. Also, please, participants, you are requested violence or that doesn't uphold with UN standards regarding countries and territories. In case or in the event that these rules are repeatedly or seriously broken, participants may be removed from the meeting at the discretion of the organizers. Finally, all participants are also reminded that any act of intimidation against individuals and groups who have participated in this regional forum or who cooperate or have cooperated with the United Nations, its representative and mechanism in the field of human rights is unacceptable. States are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. And the floor is open now for participants to have their remarks or question. And we will start with Shimo Kalo.
أتمنى أن لا أكون
I hope
I hope
I hope
I
that I
will
won't
not
take long to
take
express myself. I also hope that I'll be talking about this issue of minorities. I'd like to talk about a crucial topic that has to do with the topic with the issue of minorities around the world. A lot of legislation that exists in Iraq, which the law of elections and law of nationality provides protections for all the citizens. And yet, this legislation doesn't take into account the fact that the years through this, there can be some overlap in the country through this, and it can harm the minorities in order to guarantee the rights of this group and put them in a position to enjoy all the necessities of life. And the law has to give these minorities some attention and take their issues into account. The Iraqi constitution in 2005 has given the right for Iraqis, all of the Iraqis, a lot of civil and political, economic and social rights, and even cultural rights, and also provides protection against everything, and also advocates or stipulates equality. This constitution lacks and those basic liberties regarding the minorities. There is a gap, a discrepancy that has to be filled. The executive positions have certain negative impact in helping those minorities hold such positions. There are certain people who hold on to the power for the longest possible without allowing others from other minorities to access the same position. The minorities worry that they won't be able to have any governmental positions in the future. The Article 18 of the Constitution stipulates the creation of one parliamentary seat for the minority, which is not equal at all. And there are some minorities that consist about 500,000, and that's not, and they receive the representative, the Iraqi parliament, only one Turkmenistan, and they don't meet their rights in this way. They don't get enough attention. You've gone beyond your limited time. 30 seconds and I'll finish. We'll give you 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I can finish in 30 seconds. Of course, this is why the minorities have the minorities' rights are violated, and they're deprived of their rights. The religious minorities also don't have any ministerial positions or any position in the government.
Et donc la marginalisation. Et il y a beaucoup de lois irakiennes qui
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
participent.
I'll send you the recommendations via email. We start with Rhoda.
هل أبدأ؟
تفضلي.
Can I start?
شكرا لكل من شارك في تنظيم هذا اللقاء.
Thank you very much for all the organizers.
لاحظناه كجمعية تونسية لمساندة الأقليات، وهي أول جمعية بعثت في تونس لترفع الغطاء وتحدد المشاكل التي تتعرض لها الأقليات بجميع أطيافها. الملاحظة هو أنه في مثل هذه المناسبات يقع دعوة ممثلين عن هذه الأقليات، إما يزيدي، إما بهائي، إما يهودي، إما المسألة إذا كان المنظم في حد ذاته يعترف أن المتحدث الوحيد باسم هؤلاء الأقليات هو من ينتمي للأقلية، أي أن المسألة ستبقى محصورة داخل هذه، لكن المسألة مسألة إنسانية. كأنك تقول لرجل عليك أن لا تتكلم عن قضايا المرأة، لست امرأة. وأنا ضد دعوة دائما النساء للمشاركة في النقاشات التي تخص قضايا المرأة وخصوصيتها. لا أعود للموضوع. بالنسبة للأقليات، نحن كجمعية الأقليات بعثت في 2011 بتونس، وكان لنا لقاء مع المقرر سابقا في 2019 عندما زار تونس. حدثناه على أن الأقلية الأكثر مهددة في تونس هي الأقليات المتحولة دينيا، التي تعتبر مسلمة وكأنها محكوم عليها أن تبقى مسلمة لوجه حياتها، وقرروا هذه المجموعات من الشبان أو العائلات أو غيرهم تحويل دياناتهم إلى ديانة، خاصة الديانة المسيحية. تعرضوا للعديد من المضايقات، وكان أمام الكنيسة من قبل البوليس الذي يحقق في هويتهم عند الدخول، الذي يطاردهم عندما خارج أوقات الاحتفالات والمناسبات، عندما يرغب هؤلاء في دخول بيت الله للصلاة يمنعون من ذلك ويقعوا شبه طردهم من الكنيسة. رفعت الجمعية التونسية لمساندة العديد من الشكاوي، وقمنا بالاتصال بالسيد وزير الشؤون الدينية يتدخل بصفته وزيرا للشؤون الدينية وليس لديانة الأغلبية، فالأغلبية ليست بحاجة لحماية. صحيح أن يكون في بعض الأشياء إلا أن هذه الأقليات الدينية المهددة يوميا في حياتها من قبل عائلاتها، من قبل المجتمع ككل، من قبل في مهنهم وغيرها. طالبنا برفع هذا الظلم المسلط عليهم لمجرد اختيارهم دينهم في علاقة بربهم سبحانه وتعالى. في آخر الأمر ولجنة إلى الاستنتاج التالي: القوانين لاحظنا أن هناك وصلنا إلى
We said that we have a law that would stand against discrimination. We need the law that would protect the minorities, especially in a society that does not recognize the difference. They were educated that everybody is a Muslim, everybody is an Arab, and anybody who's outside this framework is not accepted and refused by society. So we have communicated with the Ministry of Education and we told them about this issue. So we need to accept the culture of peaceful coexistence. Without this, we cannot go ahead. This should be part of the education. And when need to adopt all of that among all the generations, and they see that the majority should respect the minorities. So we need to raise awareness among Tunisians to have education on peaceful coexistence and tolerance. The history of, two voices. Sorry, if you, please, your time is over, Madam, said the moderator. So we need to consider Christianity in North Africa. If we should consider that Tunisia was at a moment in the history Christian. Your time is over, said either the heritage we have in Carthage or in other historical sites would indicate that Christianity was in Tunisia. Judaism likewise. Thank you. Your time is up, said the chairperson. The problem is, sorry, there are two voices. Unfortunately, you took more than 4 minutes and a half, Rauda. So the organizers unmuted you. We do apologize for that. Probably she cannot hear us. She's still talking. Unfortunately. Thank you, Rauda, for your beautiful and outstanding presentation. We will give the floor to the speakers to answer some of your queries that the minorities have only representatives talking on their behalf. Also, it talked about raising awareness in all the Arab region. Now, we will give the floor to Bayan. Bayan, you have the floor. Or Diane, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In fact, the translator was saying Bayan and my husband is Bayan, so I was a bit confused, but thank you very much. I wanted to speak about really how to improve the situation of religious minorities, of all minorities, and take the case of the Baha'is. And you know, the UN mechanisms, for example, the Special Rapporteur on minorities, together with other minorities, have actually made communications and public statements. There was recently a communication and a public statement made by a number of special rapporteurs, including the Special Rapporteur on minorities, you know, about the situation of the Baha'is in Iran and the recent spike in the persecution, arrests throughout the country, destruction of houses, you know, in one village, 6 houses were destroyed, confiscation of properties, hectares, the arrest of these young Baha'is that I mentioned in the previous segment, and incitement to hatred. All these things have been reported, all these communications have been sent to the Iranian government. And then, for example, also on Qatar, you know, there was a communication, I think a couple of years ago, by the special rapporteurs, again, including the Special Rapporteur on minority, about what the Baha'is in Qatar are facing. Blacklisting, deportation, not being able to have a cemetery. Dear Dr. Ben Moussa mentioned some issues that were also in Tunisia, that were also in a communication. So really, there are all these communications. The special rapporteurs are doing their work, but the problem is that the governments either don't respond, and if they respond with responses that are incorrect and based on absolutely no proof. And then that's it. There is absolutely no change in the situation, and no change whether it is in law or in practice by these governments to improve the situation of minorities. So I think what was very interesting, what was mentioned by some of the panelists, were the issue of media and education. I think that it is very important, and I think also you mentioned it, dear moderator, the issue of the media. I think that the media are waiting at the moment, unfortunately, for catastrophes to happen until they raise an issue. And I think that it is a shame, because things could improve if there was more coverage, for example, of the communications of the special rapporteurs or things like that. And I know it's not because of OHCHR, but it's a form of issue that the media is not interested in. And then I think when you talked about education, also it is extremely important to, in education, try to put forward information about minority, information about diversity, information about coexistence, so that children from their very young age learn how to live together, how to contribute to the differences and feel that there is richness in living together, in learning about one another, rather than thinking that there is one group that is the only one that is right and nobody else, or correct, or the one that needs to be protected, and all the other ones are others. And this othering is also extremely bad. One of the things that we saw very interestingly in this recent spike of persecutions in Iran is that, in fact, there has been an awareness raising in these 40 years of the persecution of the Baha'is, which has led into Iranians, whether they are, I would say, human rights defenders, but even some of the clerics, but also just ordinary citizens who have become aware of this persecution and feel and raise up their voice and say that this is not acceptable. And I think that this transformation and the fact that the public opinion also comes and stands side by side with the minorities in order to grant their rights is important. So in a way, I think a forum on minorities should also be full of the majorities who will come and show their solidarity for the minorities. And this is the only way that governments can progress. A last, if you allow me, Chairperson, a last point was about good practices, because there are a lot of good practices. And even, I mean, and in MENA countries, there's also a lot of good practices. There are also a lot of countries where, in fact, religious minorities, including the Baha'is, can work together, can contribute to the advancement of their countries. And I was wondering if this space could also give a voice to the representatives from those countries who can experience also all the positive about, you know, allowing minorities to be able to contribute to the advancement of their country. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا ديان. تطرقتي لمفاهيم مهمة أكيد ستناقش من قبل الخبراء، وتطرقتي أيضا لأنه ليس فقط رجال الدين بين ونشطاء حقوق الإنسان، أيضا المواطنين في إيران أصبحوا واعيين ومهتمين أكثر على الانتهاكات التي تحدث للبهائيين في إيران. وتطرقتي أيضا لموضوع التعليم والإعلام، وأكيد سيكون هناك وقت للخبراء لأن يجاوبوا على أسئلتك أو الأطروحات التي طرحتيها. نعطي المجال لمحمد حساف. مم حساف. يس.
ممكن تعطوني المجال بفتح الكاميرا كمان؟
تفضل. نعم تفضل.
تمام.
Can you give me the floor by opening the helping reconnect? Can you hear me now?
Thank you for this opportunity, and I would like to thank the organizers. Thank you, Ms. Tahani Arfan, and of all of colleagues present. I'm Hassaf, Kurdish activist. A Kurdish family from the Yazidis minority live in the open air, not because they don't own a house, but because military forces loyal to the Turkish army occupy their houses in the Kurdish city of Serikaniye, and they occupy their 750 dunams of land, not because any sin they have committed, but just because they are Kurds. This story sums up the situation of Kurds and their tragedy in Syria after the Syrian government deprived them of their rights to citizenship and stripped them of their Syrian citizenship under racist law for decades. The tragedy is renewed by the Turkish army and its faction of the Syrian National Army after occupying the Kurdish town in northern Syria. With occupation by Turkey and its affiliated faction, the battle have displaced at least 137,000 people from Afrin area, according to the United Nations. And according to the many reporters, fighters from the Syrian National Army faction have engaged in looting, robbery, and killing of civilians. In occupied Afrin, numerous violations against Yazidis were recorded, with estimated 30,000 people before the armed faction took control, and now today more than 90% of them were displaced due to killing and abductions. A clear and explicit plan of demographic change practiced by Turkey, targeting the Kurdish presence in northern Syria under pretext, false arguments, and baseless allegation of threat to its national security. Its drones are directed against unarmed people, causing panic and many civilians casualties. I remember 6 children who were victims of Turkish bombing in the last month, including 4 girls who were killed in the
لو
bombing.
سمحت حازة تتحدث أبطأ شوية علشان الترجمة.
Tamam, Asif. Its drones are directed against unarmed people, causing panic and many civilian casualties. I remember 6 children who were victims of Turkish bombing in the last month, including 4 girls who were killed in the bombing of school. And for all of the above, we recommend the following: activating the United Nations legislation and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and translate them into action on the ground, to stop the colonization plan that aims to affect a demographic change in which Turkey seeks to eliminate the Kurdish presence in northern Syria, Rojava, the intervention of international peacekeeping forces to protect civilians as they are on the southern border of Syria. And we believe that this is a solution for both parties. Strict legislations criminalizing ethnic discrimination and ethnic and religious violations against Kurds in the cities of Afrin, Serikaniye, and Giresunspor. Finally, as active associations and organizations working in public affairs, we have nothing but our voice and you as a global body with influence on the ground to change this bitter reality. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا. تطرقت لمواضيع مهمة قد يمكن يجاوب عليها عن مرة أخرى اليزيديين.
Thank you very much. Probably these questions they will be answered by the Baha'is, in Syria. They were deported and it impacts the demography of the country. We will give the floor to Dr. Naib Saqaf. Then we will move to the experts to answer the questions. Dr. Nadir, you have the floor.
Dr. Nadir, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you very much
for taking this opportunity, to giving this opportunity, Madam President Saqaf. I'm Baha'i. I represent the thousands of the Baha'i Yemenis. Since they were controlled by the Houthis, they are suffering. The Baha'is in Yemen is an important component in the country, and their contribution is very clear since they are among those who brought medicine, architecture, and other disciplines in Yemen, in addition to their important role in establishing airports, bridges, infrastructure. In addition to the work of the civil society led by some Baha'ist citizens in human development, combating illiteracy, and to enhance the culture of coexistence and tolerance in society. The 8 years goes on, and the Houthis are like the Iranians oppressing the Baha'is, not only deporting some of them or exiling some of them or displacing them, but they are doing their best to make an end and eradicate the Baha'is by taking their belongings and the properties and closing their administrations and sharing rumors against them, claiming that these are serious acts that threaten the stability of Yemen. And based on that, there are 24 Baha'is are persecuted. They were persecuted with death punishment. So for whoever is believing the Baha'is, and they have distributed their names to all banks to stop any transactions and to narrow their way of life and depriving them from employment and pushing them to undergo difficulties. We reiterate or reaffirm while we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of the UN declaration that the right of human rights shall not be enacted, provided that is not implemented on the ground, and crimes against humanity is continuous if the international community is not sending an important message. Otherwise, things will be worse up to now, until now. Thank you, Dr. Iyad. Thank you for talking about the violations of the rights of the Baha'is in Yemen. He talked about their contribution in building the Yemeni state, and also those who were prosecuted in Yemen. We'll take the last speaker from the next speaker, then we will raise questions to the panelists to answer those questions. Hadim, then we move to the experts.
Thank you so much.
تفضل.
Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to talk and express our points here in this unique forum. First of all, I want you to be on a clear image regarding Iraq, which is, it's almost a year past after the Iraqi parliament election process. But unfortunately, after these all months, still the new cabinet of the government has not been formed. And so that caused many conflicts and demonstrations in the different governments of Iraq. And unfortunately, there were sometimes serious conflicts between the security units with the demonstrators. And the point I want to mention is that Iraq generally is not in safe or in unstable, in a stable situation. And with any unstable and unsafe situation, the minorities are the first victim, as we saw in 2014 with the tragic events that came by ISIS. And currently the same we can see, the same story and case. The most barriers and challenges that the minorities are faced, I want to conclude in some points. First one can be the, as the hate speech, as yesterday the Professor Fernand mentioned. In term, we can say that tsunami of hate speech, the minorities are facing a tsunami of hate speech on the social media platforms, even inside the social or community. They are facing so many hate speech by the, some of the radical religious man, as they have been called by the, they are sinful and they have to be neglected and they have to be marginalized, and they don't belong to this country. And some of the minorities, as Zoroastrian and the Baha'i and the Kakais of Iraq, there are some accusations as they are implementing the agenda of some of the neighborhood countries of Iraq, which is not true. Indeed, they are part of this country. One of the other point that I see, discriminate the Iraqi minorities is the Iraqi constitution itself. As at the very beginning of the constitution and the first sentence, it refers that the most reliable source and reference for the Iraqi constitution is the Holy Quran. In while that we have 8 Iraqi religious minorities in Iraq, so I can see that's the discrimination to the minorities. And there are some articles inside the Iraqi constitution. Madam, if you give me at least 1 minute, so I can.
لا 1 minute ما بقدر أعطيك دقيقة بس لو
please
سمحت
wait 30 just to impress my
سريعا
recommendations.
سريعا.
Okay. My recommendations can be the curriculum reform, because to integrate the minorities heritage or their history, their language into the curriculum, so the new generation would know who are the minorities. They are the main part on the native part of this country. The other point is that modification of the Iraqi constitutions, because it's been almost 17 years after the last version of the Iraqi constitutions. After 17 years, so many things changed. And as we can see that there are some discriminations inside the Iraqi constitutions. So I believe that international communities should support the Iraqi decision makers to modify the constitutions.
شكرا هيدي، شكرا جزيلا
so
هيدي، شكرا. تطرقت لموضوع مهم وهو الخطاب
Thank
الكراهي
you.
أيضا على
You talked about the discourse of hatred on social media, and this is some minorities are suffering from in certain, in most regions, not only Arab countries. You talked about the Iraqi constitution before 17 years. We'll give the floor to Joseph, but before that, let me go back to the panelists and the experts, because there were very important questions from the participants. I would give the floor to Mohammed Ben Musa, who represents the Baha'is in Tunisia. If you can answer the questions of Rauda Siabi and Daya Ala'i regarding not talking about the minorities, talking about themselves regarding their faith, the role of the media. Please, can you be very brief and respect the time to give opportunities to others to speak? Thank you, Mohammed. What that talks about it is in the crux of the matter. It's not a matter that is a minority or a small category. It is a human matter. If we accept it is a human matter, everybody is supposed to talk about it, to be involved, not about this category, but everybody can express their opinion. And this comes from everybody, even from civil society. If this comes from all the population, this might have a more impact. If those are talking about it, it means that they are impartial. I wanted also to talk about, which is clear from the different presentations, if we are not aware of the public contribution and the public contribution, we should marginalize nobody. When we marginalize the Yazidis or Christians or Baha'is or any category, all the society, or let me say that the entire world will suffer. So the capacity of each individual is indeed able to have an added value to the marginalized categories. Even if we don't like this expression, they might have other skills like art, science, knowledge, and they would contribute with their competences. If we have deprived the minorities from public participation, the entire society will lose. Development requires the contribution of all. Development requires the not a specific category and not the other one. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed. Then let me ask Nadia. Is she here with us? Nadia, are you here? They talked about the violations of or the Yazidis, their assassination of them in Syria. Do you have any addition to that, Nadia? You have the floor. Yes, as it is happening, that the majority know what happened in Syria and Iraq when the demonstrators did a demonstration in Baghdad. The political parties shoot them dead, some of them, because they were asking for their rights. The majority of the youth, especially the peoples of the Middle East, like their governments, they do not give the Yazidis the rights. Hence, the youth in Iraq went out for sittings and demonstrations. Also in Syria and the Middle East, these things do happen. So if the government should give them the rights and involve them in the political process. I'm talking here about the minorities and hope things will be much better in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Nadia. I asked Mina to answer the questions of Nadia Thaqaf regarding the violations of the Baha'is in Yemen and their contributions in the Yemeni society, and prosecute them in their absence. Mina, if you allow me, I will speak in Arabic now. I can talk about. Sorry, the voice breaks up. I believe this is an accurate indicator that there is discrimination towards the minorities, being in the Middle East or elsewhere in the world. They are deprived from not only their rights, but it goes beyond that. The resource of life, their houses, their social economic rights. Sometimes they are displaced from their countries, being deprived from financial transactions that putting pressure on them and controlling their movement in some countries. This is also another indicators that they should be given legal protection, and there should be mandatory agreements and covenants to the countries to respect the rights. So we should have a mechanism and that was a mechanism like the one given to the rapporteur, but also we need another mechanism to obligate the countries to respect the rights of the rights. We need a kind of an entity. So we need also to have an entity to receive the complaints from those who were who suffered from being marginalized, and we need more room for expression to those minorities to provide their complaints and to express any kind of persecution or oppression. I would like to second the role about education and the raising awareness to face discrimination. Education shall have an early a role in facing the discourse of hatred, so as the children should have fundamental understanding of other cultures, other religions, other faiths, and this opportunity would make, or at least diminish, the discourse of hatred, and those generation will the other, and who is the other, and learn about other cultures, and believe in the idea of multiculturalism, face the discourse of hatred. Thank you. Thank you indeed. The first stone in reforming is the education, and to open towards the other, in order to have a large society that believe in each other and in diversity. I give the floor to Joseph Malak to talk. Joseph, you have the floor. I'm Joseph Malak from the High Commission of the Minorities. I am Egyptian. I speak about the Copts in Egypt, and I can say they are not a minority. It is an important component of the Egyptian society. It is indeed a rooted one. I talked about the first section about the law. When I talked about the law, I said there are three sections that are highly important. I said awareness, the media, and social society, and the local law. These are highly important. We should give them more attention, and also an international attention should be given, especially when it comes to awareness. I will not talk about these elements again, but I will talk about the Copts, or the freedom of the Copts in Egypt. If we have to talk about the issue of the Copts in Egypt, we'll be talking about there is a new religious discourse in Egypt. Some subjects, they need to recorrect their concepts towards the Copts. We need a contribution of the Copts in the culture in Egypt. And I can say that there is a legal framework in Egypt after the reform of the Egyptian constitution. However, we need the support to have other amendments regarding some laws. And this is what I have done in a study that I presented in the US when I was staying in the US. Is the comparative law between the international law and the local law to support the minorities. How to put the international law before the local ones, and what are the mechanisms enable me to benefit from the international law in Egypt, Tunisia, or any other country? Because the law is a fundamental pillar. It is the one that can help me to say and to work to implement this law. If the authority does not implement the law, that it's her problem. We are supposed to work, because I have a country that does not implement the law. I first need to fix my local law. I need a mechanism that control and impact the local law. in order to preserve the right of the minorities in any country. So they should be given their duties, their rights. Joseph, what is important for me is awareness and education and media, as Mena said. Education is highly vital. Thank you. Thank you, Joseph. Yes, everybody agrees that awareness, media, and social culture is important, as was mentioned by Mohammed bin Musa, who talked about the media. Today talks about awareness. And yourself, Joseph, talked about renewing the religious discourse and social participation. Give the floor to Murtada Zikri. Good evening, good afternoon. Thanks to all the presentations. I'll be talking briefly about the status quo in Yemen. So there are about 12% in Yemen. It is a category that are still deprived and marginalized. So the discrimination is clear towards this category based on the human relations. Sorry, the gentleman's voice is far. Ask him to talk close to the microphone, please. So we can talk about that there are different ways of discrimination, and the marginalized people are not supposed to generate any relationship with the other entities. Also, we're talking about the right of housing, appropriate housing, and most of them are living in slums. Also, the discrimination is clear, even among institutions, and there are no fundamental services, no water, no electricity, no infrastructure. Also, we can see discrimination of not involving the marginalized in the political life. This category is socially isolated, though they belong to the same religion, Islam, but however are still suffering from discrimination and oppression. This category, they don't have opportunities for education. About 98% of this category are deprived from the right in education. So especially in the recent situation, this category is suffering from different problems because they cannot defend the rights within the Yemeni society. Thank you. Thank you. You mentioned an important item, Murtada, about discrimination when it comes to the color, to the color of the skin. So this discrimination, either at the level of education, in society, this is an worth mentioning point, regardless of the percentage, even if it is 12%, but this should be taken into consideration as an important point. I may ask Hanin bin Hasna to take the floor. Hanin. Hanan bin Hassana. Hanan. So I have to talk to Mr. bin Musa for the laws in Tunisia, especially 50 of 2015. The law 50 is, as an activist, is an open law. It is not updated. Article 2 of the law talked about discrimination, because this law 50, it did not mention all the minorities. Article 52 talks about all kinds of discrimination. The problem is that Tunisia has ratified all the covenants when it comes to the discrimination. For me, the local laws are supple and can be implemented at large, as long as Mohammed says is, sorry, this is for the laws. As for the recommendations, my recommendation are two fundamental recommendations for the religious minorities. The first recommendation, to remove all the texts interfering in the private life of the individual based on religion. This is one. The second recommendation, to take the oath in having some jobs, especially in Arab countries, making the take of the oath base should not be based on religion. And thank you. Important recommendations. We will give the floor to the experts to respond to your request. The At-Talaqi organization, you have the floor.
Organization.
Organization, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair President.
Thank you.
So I'm Ghassan Ayari on behalf of the At-Talaqi organization. First of all, I thank the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Dr. Fernand de Varennes, and Tom Lentis Institute and the Kingdom of Morocco for organizing this forum, while celebrating the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the United Nations Declaration on Minorities. Dear friends and colleagues, Tunisia has a particular history when it comes to reforms concerning human rights in general and individual rights in particular, when compared to the rest of the countries in the region. However, the implementation of those legal reforms, for example, is a whole different domain. Although 12 years have passed since the outbreak of the popular uprising of the 14th January 2011, the question of managing diversity and pluralism within Tunisian society remains among the biggest challenges that have not been resolved to this day. In addition to the situation of religious freedoms in general and religious minorities in particular, as a policy of ignoring and turning a blind eye to those topics and considering them as a luxury despite their importance in determining success measures for any democratic transition. Unfortunately, the public policy in Tunisia have been limited to the security character whenever it comes to big events of the recognized minorities, such as the Jewish and the Catholic communities. Other communities are simply not recognized. That concretely means absence of place of worship, or even worse, as the total absence of cemeteries, the formal interdiction of funding association of cultural nature, and in some cases, for example, for Baha'is. Those same communities are also accused of apostasy in official documents and conspiracy for international organizations and or foreign states. Dear friends, Tunisia today, more than ever, is passing by an unprecedented political, constitutional, and institutional stability, where an unilateral new constitution was imposed without any political or civil society participation. More than 13 Tunisian NGOs and civil society associations, including the At-Talaqi, have issued a joint statement addressing concerns about this new constitution, mainly on the form of the new political system that constitutes a clear disruption with the democratic transition that the Tunisian people launched 11 years ago with the well-known slogan of Ash-Sha'b Yurid, as was exposed by Dr. Mohammed bin Musa. Therefore, In terms of recommendations, state institutions in our country must cooperate with civil society organizations to define the constitutional and legal reforms that needs to take place, and most importantly, the effective way to be implemented, particularly in the areas of individual freedoms. The positive measures that are in process of being implemented by civil society organizations such as the religious dialogue or the use of arts and the media for the enhancement of human rights must be encouraged and supported. We also recommend that the relevant United Nations agencies and offices should provide technical support to state institutions as well as to religious minority representing organizations to ensure that minorities are represented in decision-making process. Thank you for your attention.
شكرا جزيلا لمؤسسة منظمة التلاقي. تحدثت عن عدة مواضيع مهمة، ممكن أهم التحديات التي تواجه
التلاقي. Talking about how managing diversity in collaboration with the NGOs and implementing the laws. Today is talking about the role of culture, media, art. This is all important to shed light on it. Thank you, Talaqi. Fuad Silawi. Then Agnes Kajabuni. Fuad first. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Talking about the minorities in Yemen. The colleagues talked about the Baha'is and the marginalized. They're also in Yemen. Those who are coming from African background, and they are all facing discrimination for being marginalized in Yemen, and also the religious minority. So the Yemen. So I can't hear the speaker. He speaks far from the microphone, please. Sorry. We're talking about the religious minorities. We hope that the media in Yemen enhance the right of this category. We are all asking
we know that education has a major role to play in instilling the principles of human rights in the minds of youngsters. And this has to be done through stages. Now, talking about this, we have the Houthis in the north, and they have their own media platforms, along with the government in other areas have their own. And they are against all the actions taken by the minorities to defend their rights. And biased, these media are biased, and they defend the interests of their regions, their ethnic groups. And these platforms also give an image of the Yemenis that there are no minorities in Yemen. And they consider it's just an allegation or a lie. And this is not so healthy for our society in Yemen. We have minister in the south, in the southern prefectures, and another minister in the northern prefectures. So we have ministers, they have ministers of media in both regions, and they defend their own interests, and they allege that there are no minorities in Yemen. Needless to say that they give us the platform to talk about our worries or preoccupations and problems. So we need alternative platforms or magazines, newspapers that serve the minorities, and through which express their frustration and express their own interests and preoccupations as well. And also try to look at the things and try to prevent them from publishing all the propaganda against the minorities. I hope my message has passed about the Yemeni situation. And thank you very much for listening and giving me this opportunity. So thank you very much. The mass media is very present in the discussion today, especially the mainstream media or the official media, especially in the Arab world. We need other alternatives so we can break this dominance of the. So if you have, you also talked about different minorities with different backgrounds, African or other regions that come to Yemen, and they are not considered there. That was you, Agnes. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity, and I greet all of you. Good afternoon. It's afternoon here. I just wanted to make a contribution to the current issue and really bring out the voice of minorities from Sub-Saharan Africa. And I think in our effort to suggest ideas for reforming the protection and implementation of the minority framework, we need to look at the pertinent issues that affect the Sub-Saharan African people, minorities. And I will look at one, the biggest challenge faced by minorities in countries in Sub-Saharan Africa is land. Because land is the basis of survival. Land is the basis of identity, and land is the basis for culture, for tradition, for language protection. And this is the main areas because minorities are located in very remote areas. And these are remote areas that are either taken up by conservation or by extractives or large-scale investment in agriculture. So when the government is focusing on development projects, large-scale development projects, and also mining, minorities' lands are always a target. And this brings in issues of forced eviction, displacement, and leaving minorities completely helpless. And the reason here I really want to emphasize on this, because most government, at least in the countries they have worked in, do not or completely ignore the issue of free, prior and informed consent of the minorities in these places. And that means they are left out in the open, and their rights are violated and sometimes forcefully violated, including violence targeting them. So why do I bring this issue as very pertinent in the reforms we should propose? Is that we need to have a strong document, a strong framework that tackles issues of land, that tackles issues of extractives, that tackles issues of investment. I will give you an example of what is happening among the Maasai communities in Tanzania right now, in Ngorongoro, near Arusha. This is not the first time.
Make it short, make it very short because we exceed your time.
Okay, you have the clash between government, investment, and existence of minorities, and completely ignoring the protection measure. So what am I saying is that we need to reform the law to make it more legally binding, so that I know most of the international laws that governments are subscribing to are not adhered to and they are not enforced. But we need to strengthen a minorities' presence. Secondly, we need to have domestication of even existing frameworks at the government level, so that we have governments really putting in protection measures for the minorities, at least focusing on resettlement, resettlement, and also compensation of those that are losing land. So I will stop there, but yeah, Thank you so much.
Thank you, Agnes. Thank you so much, Agnes. Thank you. Agnes، تحدثتي عن الأقليات في جنوب صحراء إفريقيا، سب صحارى، المناطق النائية، عن الزراعة، المشاريع يواجهون.
It was about the minorities working in the plantations in Africa.
فؤاد لو سمحت، فؤاد السلاوي، أيوة إذا ممكن. نحتاج لإطار مفاهيم يبحث في كل هذه الأمور.
We need a conceptual framework to understand all this. That's all you talked about. Now we give the floor to Abu Bakri. Abu Bakri, the floor is yours.
أوكي، إذا هون أبو بكري رفعت يدك، لكن إذا ممكن.
Abu Bakri, you've raised your hand, but can you open the mic?
Please.
Can you unmute the?
Bonjour. Bonjour.
بونجور، لكن لا نسمعك بوضوح.
We didn't hear it clearly.
Vous m'entendez?
Can you hear me now? Yes, we can hear.
Comme l'a dit madame, on a besoin vraiment que
As the lady said,
le rapporteur chargé des minorités,
the rapporteur in charge of minorities, who is giving much attention to the minorities in our area. We have problems with handicapped children here, and we have problems in rehabilitation. We have problems with the rehabilitation. We need to give them more attention and provide more services. And also, we have women who are lacking access to different services. So those are the types of problems we're facing. And we need a law that creates a quota for the parts of women, so they can benefit their part. They don't have also access to positions of decision making. We'd like the law to take into account the rights of women, especially that they are living under conditions of extreme discrimination. And it is important if women could reach those positions of power and make it. It's a noble cause that we were defending. They are marginalized for the time being, and they are struggling with poverty as well. Now, little by little, they are starting to encroach on that soil of decision making. And also we need to enable women and give more protection to children. And children don't have access to civil services, especially the ones belonging to the minorities. In comparison with other communities, they are suffering. We have problems towards the minorities. So there's racism, ignorance taking place here.
مشكلة الأطفال والنساء في موريتانيا يعانون
women and children
الذين يعانون من الحصول على الخدمات الصحية والوصول للنساء أيضا الوصول للمشاركة السياسية.
And women are also deprived from the political participation.
لحظة عشان الصوت عندي.
Excuse me for a second, my sound quality is a little bit
okay.
lower. try to fix.
في الختام اسمحوا لي أن نعطي الأمن يريد من المتحدثين.
To conclude, I would like the speakers, Nadia Mohammed, to give their final remarks or conclusive remarks about education, the social culture, mass media. Who goes first? Who would like to take the you have 3 minutes.
لا إذا ممكن نعطي عفوا فقط للمتحدثين.
One more point. It is devoted for the speakers. So devoted to the speakers, Dr. Mohammed from the Baha'i Association in Tulsa. In conclusion, thank you for giving me the floor. It is clear now that injustice has been normalized. We can't be man, woman, Baha'i, Christian, Muslim, Shiite, Yazidi, Ahmadi, Black, or feeling that under all of this we have a deep feeling. Any human being that is suffering from this injustice, in the end of the day, through the suffering leads to the understanding that humans are one. Through all the constitutional religions, we are all one, and we need to guarantee the rights of everyone. Our talking is for everybody like a session. It's like we see justice as a cake, and everybody is trying to take its piece of it. I feel the suffering of everybody, the black and white, and everybody goes through it. It's our human cause. And as human beings, we have to feel this individually inside, this injustice that has been put or imposed on us. I had the honor as the Jama of the Baha'is. We had the honor, the privilege of writing the law number 50 in the participation or taking part in this is an expression that the cause of the blacks for discrimination or racism is a constitutional issue, not an individual issue. We don't do this injustice in this way, but we have to deal with it in different ways, attacking different areas or different positions so we can see it's important. We need to go back to our human nature. This return will tackle and deal with every difficulty, will transcend every difficulty and hardship we go through. Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed. Now the floor will be given to Mina. I'd like to thank all participants.
اتاحوا لينا اليوم ان هم يتشاركوا معنا.
I would like to thank everybody for sharing, exchanging their knowledge and expertise that they go through in their minorities to benefit from their input here in our region. Here, talk about the role of the mass media. How we face up to this to the minorities. Here, we'd like to talk to the role of social media as one of the two platforms
مساحة
and has given more space to the ones interested the minority community, especially the minorities, express themselves and share their own versions of the narrative that goes against the mainstream narrative. Many countries have presented, have taken some of those into account. This also has given much space to the alternative media. As I said, the social media as an example, playing a role, giving further space and give everybody an opportunity to express themselves and give the opportunity to for a diverse space and try to get across message for coexistence, or message about, or a message or space to celebrate coexistence and embrace difference. Difference is acceptable. It's not an
وليس
the societies are built for diversity.
أو
It's not a
فكرة
weakness, it's a strength.
ما يسمى أو ما تسميه بعض الأنظمة الفتن. أيضا يجب أن حول
societies because of the diversity. The absence of democracy also the title or the space of this space. The official statements as well go against any steps the minority. I also thank Agnes for the idea of the natural resource that exist that are situated on the minority soil.
مثل النوبيين والبدو من فكرة التهميش في ظل
like the Badawi suffer from that because some of them live on rich soil and they have lots of natural sources in their soil. They have the right to deal with it and benefit from their soil. Here, I would like to give two recommendations as an encouragement to the media to take a more positive stand and provide more space for the activities of the minorities to express themselves and celebrate diversity. Encourage the education institutions to embrace the same through curricula to deal with diversity and extend its impact. Also encourage the development institutions to provide funds and there should a special project designated for these minorities to deal with their issues. This will strike a balance. So it can be a kind of mainstreaming dealing with the project and striking a balance between all the elements. And thank you very much. Thank you very much for your statements, Mina. The culture or the social culture, society culture is important. Diversity is key. So we need to talk about these issues, these dualities of speech of hate and speech of, and celebration of the sentiment that leads to coexistence. In 2 minutes, the next speaker. I would like to focus also on the same point, and discrimination against religious groups should not exist, and that the government should provide protection to this category, especially in Iraq or any other part of the world. Protection is important for this minority, especially that genocide happen against them, and also this could be constitute a guarantee for the same thing to be repeated again. Any survival of those incidents, especially what happened to the Abidjan by Daesh, they should be compensated and try to protect them in order not to have the same reoccur. We try to compensate them financially and psychologically so that they can get back to their norms. Protection is an important element. Nadir said the protection of the most is important. A lot of participants, so many participants mentioned this question. Finally, thank you very much for committing to the time. This has served the fruitful discussion we had. Thank you very much for your rich and significant contribution. We've received lots of points, the mass media and the societal culture, the educational curricula and so on were dealt with or talked about, and we'll take a break and be back after 1 hour at 3 in order to present the recommendations that have been drafted, and we'll present them here. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, representatives of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final session of this third Africa-Middle East Regional Forum on Minority Issues. In this session, the list of recommendations that have been proposed and collated over the previous 2 days will be presented. Marcus Oda of the Tom Lantos Institute will present the list of draft recommendations. The list of recommendations will be viewable for all participants. Participants that wish to comment on a specific recommendation should use the chat function to send their comment, referring to the specific recommendation number. There will not be an opportunity for further interventions to be made during this session. All submitted comments will be collated and submitted to the Special Rapporteur, who will consider these and finalize the recommendations following the regional forum. These will then be made publicly available on the organizer's website, the webpage of the UN Forum on Minority Issues, and on www.minorityforum.info, following the regional forum. Before I ask my colleague to read the draft recommendations, I would like to remind you how these recommendations were collated, what are their sources. These are experts, moderators, interventions and written submissions of recommendation made prior to and during the regional forum. So we received all these recommendations from you and we collated them. We eliminated duplications. We would like to remind you that the Special Rapporteur will have the final say on the set of recommendations. I can see Fernand de Varennes. Hello, Fernand. Would you like to say a few words before Marcus reads up the draft recommendations?
No, thank you very much, Anna Maria. I will save my comments, all of them, including in relation to the recommendations, once you've finished this exercise. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, then we will proceed by asking Marcus to read up the set of recommendations. They are very strong. We were impressed while collating them. And I would like to remind you to make your comments, if any, based on the number of the recommendation in the chat function. The floor is yours, Marcus.
Thank you, Anna Maria. I'll just begin by sharing my screen so everyone can see the recommendations. Hopefully it's visible now. So I'll begin presenting the draft set of recommendations from the 2022 Africa Middle East Regional Forum. The first block of recommendations were all made under the session on the normative framework. And these first recommendations are targeting the global and regional levels. Recommendation 1, the role of minority rights as a means to prevent conflict and protect democracy should be recognized in the region. Number 2, the current normative framework for the protection of minorities remains insufficient, and efforts must continue to adopt a legally binding treaty on minority rights. Such a treaty must address the serious omissions in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities in relation to addressing the disproportionate impact of human rights violations on minority women and girls, and should explicitly require the prohibition of gender-based discrimination targeting minority women. The scope of intersectionality in the UNDM should be expanded to explicitly include sexual minorities belonging to minority groups who are struggling for the recognition of their rights in many countries. Number 3, a definition of minorities applicable to all states is needed with spaces for negotiation of the definition within national contexts, which will help states to go beyond the historical colonial connotations given to the term to enable constructive engagement with the rights and demands of their peoples and minorities. Number 4, both the individual and collective rights of minorities should be recognized with appropriate levels of self-determination and land rights. Number 5, there should be global reparations legislation relevant to minority situations to create accountability mechanisms. Number 6, the international humanitarian law framework should be revised to ensure special protection for minority communities and individuals in war and conflict zones, special protections for the cultural heritage of minorities, and a commitment to their recovery in post-conflict situations. Number 7, the region should develop practical guidelines for states and minorities on ensuring the protection of the human rights of minorities, their effective participation in public life, and the prevention of conflicts, similar to the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities Lund recommendations on the effective participation of national minorities in public life, and the Ljubljana recommendations on integration of diverse societies. Number 8, a more comprehensive intersectional approach is needed in relation to legally binding treaties against discrimination, such as ICERD and CEDAW. Treaty body committees, special rapporteurs, and other human rights experts, as well as charter and treaty bodies, should fully integrate in intersectional analysis and address the distinct experiences and needs of minority women and all women with intersectional identities. The following recommendations are made under the normative framework at the state level. Number 9, states should sign, ratify, and implement all international human rights treaties. Number 10, states should have an inclusive definition of citizenship that grants the protection of minority rights and the participation of minorities. Number 11, states should conduct a comprehensive review of their constitutions and domestic legislation with a view to repealing or amending existing legislation that has the purpose or effect of discriminating against minorities based on ethnicity, language, or religion. If states can protect minority communities from discrimination and racism, they can encourage minority communities to participate in public life by opening avenues to public participation that were previously closed by discriminatory policies and unequal treatment. Number 12, states should adopt and implement anti-discrimination legislation that is consistent with the provisions of the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination. Number 13, states should enact special measures as highlighted in the General Recommendation 25 of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women as efficient tools to increase the visibility, influence, and protection of minority and Indigenous women and other groups suffering from multiple forms of discrimination. Number 14, states should enact hate crime legislation, including motivations of racism and other forms of hatred recognized as aggravating circumstances. Number 15, states should abolish all legislation that leads to interference in the private lives of citizens on a religious basis. The next block of recommendations were made under the session on institutions, mechanisms, policies, and programs. And the first ones will be at the global and regional levels. Number 16, stronger oversight and monitoring mechanisms beyond the UN Forum on Minority Issues mainstreamed into the work of the treaty bodies are needed. Based on objective criteria of who minorities are, treaty bodies should request states to present periodic reports and answer questions on the protection of minority rights. As reporting should be conducted on individual groups, this will assist states to collect disaggregated information. It will also avoid the selectivity that has mired the reporting of some states. Number 17, UNESCO should provide training and other capacity building activities to members of minorities to allow them to participate effectively in their processes and programs related to minority cultures, and allow minorities to nominate their cultural practices and expressions for inclusion in UNESCO's list of intangible cultural heritage. Number 18, all stakeholders, including international organizations, states, and donors, should organize awareness-raising programs aimed at promoting a culture of respect for all nations and religions, including national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities, by emphasizing the equal rights and obligations of all citizens. These notions should be included in school curricula to foster equal citizenship and the rule of law. Number 19, the UN and other relevant international organizations should create funds and establish and implement programs aimed at the protection and promotion of the use of minority languages. Number 20, relevant international and regional organizations should provide technical assistance and funding to strengthen the capacity of organizations working to protect minority rights, including minority-led organizations. Number 21, relevant international and regional organizations should provide training to members of national judiciaries on anti-discrimination and minority rights. Number 22, a regional research center on minority rights should be established to conduct research, gather data, hold conferences, and disseminate best practices on minority rights.
Marcus, let's just have a little break. Can we continue?
Yeah, I'll now continue with the recommendations under the same session that were made at the state level. Number 23, states in the region should publicly recognize the existence of national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities in their territories. Number 24, states should prioritize the nexus between the protection of minorities and reparations as a way to address the increased discrimination minority groups face. Number 25, states should ensure that legislation and policies aimed at the protection of minorities take into account the additional discrimination faced by persons belonging to minorities with intersectional identities, including women, LGBTI people, people with disabilities, people of African descent, migrants, and stateless persons, with a view to strengthening the protection of the human rights of these subgroups. Number 26, states should ensure that cases of discrimination and hate-motivated rights violations are investigated effectively, perpetrators are properly sanctioned, and that victims receive a remedy, including such as proper compensation and rehabilitation. Number 27, states should end policies and practices that seek to affect demographic change, including forced displacements, in particular with respect to areas and regions traditionally inhabited by minority communities. Number 28, states should revise national curricula and review their compatibility with international human rights conventions, including the Convention on the Rights of the Child, to ensure a culture of respect and acceptance of others and contribute to the reduction of racial discrimination. Number 29, states should respect the right of minorities to enjoy their culture and use their language in public and private life. Number 30, states should ensure minority language media and provide the necessary financial and other support to minority language media institutions. States should also encourage public media outlets to provide space for dialogue and opportunities to develop understanding between different communities. Number 31, states should ensure the right of minorities to access education in their own languages and provide the necessary support for such education. Number 32, states should strengthen the protection and promotion of minority cultures and heritage. Number 33, states should facilitate cultural activities organized by minority cultural associations. Number 34, states should collect data disaggregated according to ethnic, linguistic, religious, and cultural affiliation based on self-identification. The final block of recommendations were made under the session on participation, and we'll again start with the global and regional recommendations. Number 35, in line with the existing normative framework for minority protection, the UN should hold member states to account to guarantee effective participation of minorities at all levels of decision-making. Number 36, the UN should develop mechanisms to facilitate the participation of minorities within UN bodies and processes, and should increase the representation of minorities among staff and volunteers. Number 37, considering that more than 75% of the world's known stateless populations are members of minority groups, discussion on participation should not be limited to participation within the state, that is, for those with citizenship and minority status. In line with CCPR General Comment number 23 on Article 27, the rights of minorities, participation should extend to participation outside the state, that is, for those still fighting for citizenship itself and recognition as minorities, embodied in the three selves: self-identification, self-determination, and self-governance. Number 38, relevant intergovernmental organizations, non-governmental organizations, and other human rights defenders should support stateless minorities to attain citizenship status and equal rights, including self-identification, self-determination, and self-governance, and effective participation in the state. These final recommendations are on participation at the state level. Number 39, states should initiate legislative, constitutional, and political programs that enable the participation of minorities in order to create societies free of all forms of discrimination. Number 40, states should ensure minority representation and participation in national processes and decision-making in order to address the historical marginalization and discrimination faced by such groups. This can bolster stability in the country and region and reduce extreme nationalism, strengthen minorities' sense of belonging to the country, and decrease the chance of falling victims to geopolitical interests of regional or international powers. Number 41, states should ensure the political representation of minorities. Number 42, states should ensure the rights of minority communities to form official associations. Number 43, the substantive right to effective participation should be grounded in effective procedural mechanisms enabling implementation. Further, in line with existing international minority rights, participation should be complemented by general human rights and the three additional pillars of minority rights: the right to exist, the right to non-discrimination, and the right to promote and protect minority identity. Number 44, when relevant, states should enact legislation to ensure the right of minorities to self-govern their affairs. Number 45, states should respect the principle of free, prior, and informed consent enshrined in the 2008 United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, where development projects directly affect minorities. This will save minorities from gross human rights violations that come with forceful eviction, landlessness, forced displacement, and loss of heritage, cultural, and ancestral integrity. Number 46, states should ensure the participation of minority civil society organizations in the development and adoption of anti-discrimination legislation. Number 47, efforts must continue to understand the use of culture in the context of individual and collective rights of minority communities. Full participation of minority and Indigenous women is needed to identify cultural norms and practices to ensure that they are relevant to the entire minority population and are not used to impose or justify harm to minority women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcus, for presenting the recommendations. We took note of those additional recommendations which were sent in both English and Arabic. I have to admit that I did a quick Google translation to see what the recommendations were about, and they are good and strong. Thank you very much for all these additional comments. And now
يمكن
I
بعض
will
المعلومات باللغة العربية إذا
pass
أمكن
the floor to Special Rapporteur Dr. Fernand de Varennes to make his concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Ana Maria. Thank you, Marcus, for a job well done. Also, thanks to everyone, really. Excellencies, distinguished experts, and civil society and minority representatives, mesdames et messieurs. I won't try to summarize the extremely constructive and instructive insights, suggestions, and recommendations. I will say a few points, however. First of all, these regional forums are reserved really to give more opportunities, time and space to hear the voices and the expertise at the regional level, something which is not usually available for minorities, with only a very few exceptions at the United Nations. I would, however, like to make a few general observations, in part in response to some of the comments that did come out from this forum's panels yesterday and today. First, I think we have to admit that there is generally a regression in terms of the recognition of the human rights of minorities. There is, we have to be honest, an increased denial, even that certain groups can claim to be minorities. And finally, there is also a restrictive interpretation sometimes of existing standards and human rights obligations that can lead to policies that limit or even eliminate the rights of minorities in a number of areas. This is a phenomenon which we can see in all parts of the world. And we've heard about it in the previous discussions on a number of occasions. Secondly, there can be no peace without justice, and without recognition, we cannot go forward. The exclusion of minorities, the weakening of their human rights, and the denial even of their existence or maintenance of their identity needs to be addressed directly. Right now, even at the United Nations, this is not sufficiently happening. Minorities are often even aggressively vilified, attacked in social media, presented as disloyal or even a threat to national unity by populist nationalist politicians. This also is an increasing phenomenon, and the occasion of the anniversary of the UN Declaration is the time to reflect and perhaps address this, as does some of your recommendations, as a matter of fact. Quite a few of them do. Someone mentioned that the human rights of minorities must be mainstreamed in the activities of the United Nations to help in this evolution, and that the United Nations and governments must do more to recognize vulnerable and marginalized groups specifically, especially minorities who are often vulnerable to the prejudices or biases of the majority. And therefore we need better recognition, we need better legal protection and implementation of the human rights of minorities, because what we have in place right now is insufficient. And that actually is a theme that we can see in some of the recommendations that you have made yesterday and today, but also in some of the recommendations that have come from all of the regional forums until now. And we need, as was also said, clearer standards and stronger approaches that accepts and embraces diversity as a necessary value in just and inclusive societies. Now, there are too many more that could be mentioned, but let me just add that your recommendations will serve two extremely important purposes. First, to raise the visibility and awareness of where we are failing in the real world, and hopefully, secondly, pointing to the way forward to encourage a greater reflection, greater dialogue, and greater inclusiveness, in part by protecting the human rights of minorities, giving them greater structure, protection, and also partly to prevent conflicts. So I won't try to re-examine all of the valuable insights that need to be addressed and which you raised. The experts on the panel have already done that much more eloquently than I could. So these are some of the central messages which I retained. And this is something we have also heard in other parts of the world, and which we'll try to bring together in these recommendations that were prepared in this exercise, the process of the regional forum, in order to try to search for and achieve justice and inclusion and equality for all. Next, for the closing, and this is the time perhaps to look at what has been, in my opinion, a very successful and insightful regional forum. First, congratulations and thank you. I start with congratulations because these have been 2 days of fruitful and thoughtful discussions on difficult and obviously very complex issues. It's been also an exercise of sharing of expertise and of course of drafting recommendations. They've been noted and we'll continue working on them, as you've heard, in light of your comments and additional suggestions. You have in many ways exceeded our hopes and expectations in these pandemic times in an online format, which was challenging. We had a few difficulties, as you all know. But I think the regional forum has been one of the most well-organized, despite a few minor technical challenges, and I congratulate all of you for making this happen. The caliber of the contributions of the expert panelists and the high level of engagement, of involvement from participants is very noticeable. We also had a very solid number of participants. I think we had more than 200 at least registered participants, experts, and others. So to all of you for helping making this possible and moving forward so smoothly, despite a few problems, and by respecting the requested measures to keep this working efficiently, bravo. Let me say again that this is just one part of a process with many steps. The recommendations will be worked on, as you heard, and be used at various stages, including being available for participants at the upcoming UN Forum on Minority Issues in Geneva, which will be in person in December this year. And hopefully we'll begin also a process to review, rethink, and reform what it seems everyone agrees is an unfinished story in order to fully recognize, protect, and implement the human rights of minorities. As we'll be doing also around the world, the United Nations and national governments must not only pay lip service to the rights of minorities, but they also have to focus their attention and efforts on those whose human rights are most at risk. And as we've seen yesterday and today, these tend to be, in too many cases, certain minorities. Each region produces their own specific recommendations. And I'm told that a number of the ones from this forum are unique. And this is in fact one of the objectives that we have with the regional forums. In Africa and the Middle East, you have your own unique contexts and challenges, including the complex mosaics of your populations and even colonial legacies. Obviously, the best way to identify and understand these complexities is to have people in the region, having you discuss and explore these complex issues, even though doing this online is always quite a challenge, as you know. So congratulations to all of you for your participation, for your contributions, and especially for your recommendations. And especially since I've just used the magic word, congratulations, let me continue with other deep felt appreciation. First, the organization of this regional forum for Africa and the Middle East would not have been possible without the dedication, enthusiasm, and even sacrifice of many people who have made this forum a reality. Many regional partners and organizations which supported and contributed to the smooth operations and success of the event have to be recognized. So my thanks and appreciation and gratitude to the Kingdom of Morocco for being the virtual host of this regional forum, and supporting also in many other ways this event by providing, for example, the interpretation services for this online gathering in Amazigh, Arabic, English, French, and Arabic sign language. This may have been the first time a United Nations event has used the Amazigh language for a meeting of this scale, but it was important to do so as Amazigh is such a significant and important minority language in the northern part of Africa. Shukran, merci, tanmirt. Our appreciation also includes especially to our regional partner organizations, the African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies, the Center for Human Rights at Addis Ababa University, the Centre de Recherche sur les Minorités au Moyen-Orient, the Global Action Against Mass Atrocity Crimes, Minority Rights Group International, the network of the Independent Commission for Human Rights in North Africa, and the Unrepresented Nations and Peoples Organization. Thank you. You have made this truly a regional event, and your assistance and guidance and expertise has been key in the success of this regional forum. We should not neglect to mention the invaluable assistance and contributions and presence of the United Nations Minority Fellows, past and present, who often work in the background and produce a lot of material to this regional forum. Thanks to all of you. It's always a pleasure to be working with you also. I must additionally express my gratitude to the indispensable advice of the Consultation Group on Regional Forums for the preparation of the 4 events, the 4 regional forums that we are holding this year on minority issues, the one for Europe, the one for Asia Pacific, and this one, of course, which we've just finished, and the next one, which will be for the Americas and will occur next month. Merci beaucoup. My thanks also to all of the national representatives and state officials, and especially the people from various minority organizations, and particularly those who have given voice and space for minority communities who may not often be seen or heard at the international level. Your presence, your voices are extremely important so that we can actually better understand the situation of minorities in this region. Our gratitude also to the moderators of the panels of the regional forum, Fasil, Hanna, Naji, and Tahani. Congratulations, you did a great job with guiding your panels during full days of great tact and sensitivity and efficiency. Not always easy, but you were very much up to that task. Thank you. To all the panelists who, in addition to sharing their experience and expertise, also have enriched the recommendations, the content of the recommendations of this forum by providing their own insights and wisdom to us, sometimes even in advance. Many thanks again, because you have made suggestions reflective of the region, which it might not have been otherwise possible to identify. Now, I have to add that some of you may be contacted again and invited to contribute further this year and maybe next year also, since, as I indicated yesterday, these regional forums are part of a process. It's a long process of consultations and efforts leading up to the UN Forum on Minority Issues in Geneva this December. It's also my hope that we will be holding other activities, not only to mark the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration, but also begin maybe a movement to fill and to update and integrate the rights of minorities more in the work of the United Nations and other international organizations, and continue the work which began 30 years ago and is far from complete or sufficiently developed to truly improve the protection of minorities and of their human rights. To the members of the OHCHR office in Geneva, especially Marina and Christy, and to the staff members of the Tom Lantos Institute, and in particular, Evelyn, Marcus, Nikki, Daniel, and Sean. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Thank you for all of your continual work and dedication since 2019. My hat and gratitude to you, since without you, there would be no regional forum. It's especially to you, Ana Maria, the director of the Tom Lantos Institute, who in 2018 volunteered bravely to support my mandate in this regional approach to minority issues. Thank you. It's your vision and leadership which has led to 4 years of widely successful.
وأخيرا
who have been part of this process, including the interpreters, the participants, the panelists, experts, state officials, who are, and other representatives who are at the very heart of all of the regional forums, and with whom we will be able to continue, I hope, working together towards the common shared goal of better understanding, respecting, and implementing the human rights of minorities, especially in order to review, rethink, and reform what started 30 years ago, but now has to be adapted to very different conditions and even difficult period for human rights and minorities. Your and minority rights defenders and activists' perseverance and efforts do have an impact in the environment. And some of the situations of minorities may seem hopeless, but nothing will progress unless these efforts continue despite the odds and even desperation sometimes. It is through never-ending efforts and commitments that something eventually changes reality. And now the time has come to improve on what we already have in place and to continue the needed changes of the noble sounding promises and commitments in the UN Declaration to turn them into reality by focusing on implementation. I think this is also the vision and courage needed in 2022, and we might as well add 2023 in the future to mark this 30th anniversary and to look towards the future and how to improve on the full recognition and protection of all human rights, including the human rights of minorities, and putting these noble principles into practice. So thank you, merci, shukran, tanmirt, and in sign language, thank you. Until we meet again, in order to continue the unfinished business of respect, dignity, and equality for all, which are the core principles behind the global human rights architecture and mechanism, as incomplete or insufficient they may still be in this particular time in history. And finally, very last words, I hope to meet many of you in person, also as I should be attending meetings in Gambia and Lebanon in the next couple of months. Goodbye, everyone. Stay safe, stay healthy, and I look forward to working with you again in protecting and better recognizing the rights of minorities. Goodbye, everyone, and God bless.
شكرا جزيلا، شكرا، نتمنى لكم السعادة.
Thank you.
Goodbye, everyone.
شكرا لكل المشاركين ونتمنى لكم دوما خدمة حقوق الأقل.